Blue Star. Huaxia. Channing City No. 1 High School. Students, I will emphasize this once more. When awakening your beast-taming talent, you must concentrate fully on visualizing the images in the beast-taming manual. The more concrete and detailed the image you visualize, the higher the grade of the talent you are likely to awaken. As for the importance of beast-taming talents, I believe each of you is well aware of it, so I won't say more. Good luck. Principal Dong Yoking finished speaking and stepped aside. Before the awakening array, the students of Class 6, Grade 12 were both excited and nervous. They were excited because, after awakening their beast-taming talent, they would be qualified to contract with pets and become beast tamers. They were nervous because they did not know what grade of talent they would awaken. In this era of universal beast taming, the quality of one's beast taming talent will, to a certain extent, directly determine their destiny. Mo, have you chosen your visualization target? Sun Lai looked at the handsome young man beside him with some concern. Lin Mo hesitated for a moment and nodded. I suppose I have. What do you mean by suppose? Sun Lai widened his eyes. Mo, you heard what the principal said. This is not something to joke about. I understand, don't worry. Lin Mo patted Sun Lai on the shoulder, but only he knew how crazy what he was about to do really was. He was actually a transmigrator. Before transmigrating, he had just received his admission letter from Peking University. Unexpectedly, after waking up, he arrived in this world of universal beast taming. Here, everyone who is 18 years old and has passed the beast taming theory exam has the opportunity to participate in the awakening ceremony. As long as one awakens a beast taming talent, one has the chance to become a beast tamer. And if one can awaken a high-level beast taming talent, they can immediately become a sensation, a sought-after talent for various factions, with a bright future ahead. As for the visualization target Sun Lai mentioned, in this world, everyone receives a beast-taming manual issued by the school in their freshman year. Inside are the portraits of 1 in 8 powerful exotic beasts known to this world. When awakening their talent, everyone must choose one of them to visualize to increase their chances of awakening a high-level talent. The reason Lin Mo was hesitant was that he felt the exotic beasts in the beast-taming manual were not powerful enough. It wasn't that the exotic beasts weren't strong. Every exotic beast that makes it onto the beast-taming manual is a terrifying entity capable of slaughtering a city with ease. It's just that, in Lin Mo's eyes, those powerful exotic beasts couldn't even compare to the mythical beasts from Earth's legends. Therefore, Lin Mo had a bold idea: to visualize a mythical beast from Earth during his awakening. He had even decided on his target, the dragon. Descendants of Yan and Huang, successors of the dragon. To him, there could be no more fitting target for visualization. But obviously, doing this carried huge risks. Because this world had no such creature as a dragon, and not even any relevant legends. And no one knew the consequences of visualizing a creature not found in the beast-taming manual. If it caused the awakening to fail, the loss would outweigh any potential gains. Therefore, Lin Mo hadn't been able to decide on his visualization target. But with the awakening ceremony about to begin, he had no time to hesitate. He had to take a leap of faith. Zhao Jun F-grade talent. Looking at the red light on the array, the dean in charge of the awakening ceremony announced calmly. Sigh. The student named Zhao Jun walked off the altar with a look of disappointment. Beast-taming talents are divided into 9 grades from lowest to highest: F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. F is the lowest grade and also the most common. Awakening an F-grade talent only means he is qualified to become a beast tamer. Next, Lin Mo. Hearing his name, Lin Mo immediately stepped forward and stood in the center of the array. You can begin your visualization. Remember to stay focused and don't let your mind wander at all, the Din reminded him once again. Lin Mo nodded, took a deep breath, and slowly closed his eyes. In his mind, the figure of a giant dragon began to emerge slowly. In Earth's mythology, there are many types of dragons: Yinglong, Qilong, Qilong, Azure Dragon, and so on. What Lin Mo was visualizing at this moment was the ancestor of dragons recorded in the classic of mountains and seas, Zhulong. Zhulong, also known as Jujuyan, had a human face and a snake's body. His entire body was crimson, thousands of miles long. His opening eyes brought day, closing them brought night, inhaling brought winter, exhaling brought summer. He did not drink, eat, or breathe, and could summon wind and rain. It is said that Zhulong was born carrying Pangu's will, the first giant god to appear in the world after Pangu died. When he first awoke and saw the world was desolate and devoid of life, he knew that the river of time was still frozen in the void. So with supreme divine power, he separated the chaos of time, letting the river of time flow. From then on, rocks had layers, trees had rings, and all things had birth and death. There are even legends that when Gonggong struck Mount Buzhou in anger, even though Nuwa cut off the giant turtle's legs to support the 4 poles and patch the sky with her own body, it still couldn't stop the cataclysm. Because the giant turtle's legs could never replace the pillar of heaven. As the sky collapsed and the earth sank, living beings suffered and all things wept. The world was about to return to chaos. Just then, Zhulong appeared. He coiled his incredibly huge body around the entire Mount Buzhou, climbed up the pillar, and wrapped tightly around the heaven-supporting pillar that reached from earth to sky, using his supreme divine power to forcefully bundle and straighten the broken, collapsing giant pillar, thereby thoroughly calming the cataclysm and allowing all life in the world to escape disaster. Then, with one divine breath, he resurrected Nuwa and opened the heaven beyond heaven, above the 9 heavens for the gods to reside in. All this shows the power of Zhulong. As these thoughts emerged in Lin Mo's heart, the image of the giant dragon in his mind gradually became clear. It was a crimson giant dragon so large that it could not be described in words. But compared to its incredibly massive form, the aura it radiated was even more terrifying and imposing, majestic dominance, thousands of divine powers, and supreme pressure that filled the world, as if making heaven earth bow before it. At the same time, a faint red light lit up on Lin Mo, who was in the center of the array. As soon as the light appeared, it began to grow intense at a speed visible to the naked eye. This made the dean in charge of the ceremony instantly perk up. The colors that light up depend on the grade of talent being awakened. From F to SSS, the corresponding colors are red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, silver, gold. And the red light on Lin Mo intensifying meant there was a possibility it could change into another color. In other words, Lin Mo was very likely to awaken a talent above F grade. E grade or D grade? The dean looked on in expectation. Of course, he hoped Lin Mo could awaken a higher grade talent. However, the chances were slim. At Channing, no. 1 D grade was already considered a quite good talent. C grade, out of more than 3,000 students in a grade, there were at most 1 or 2 each year. As for B grade, which was even higher, he hadn't seen one for many years. In the history of Channing, no. 1. There had been 1 B grade talent. The day after they appeared, the student was picked up by special personnel from the provincial capital. Many years later, that person now holds a high position in the provincial capital and has become a major official. However, just when the dean was full of anticipation, the red light on Lin Mo suddenly faded away rapidly. At the same time, the awakening ceremony concluded. What a pity, the red light was so intense. Why couldn't it take that one more step? The dean felt a lot of regret for Lin Mo. But he had to announce it as it was. Lin Mo, F-grade talent. Dean, I'm not. Lin Mo stopped halfway through his sentence. He really wanted to tell the dean that he hadn't awakened an F-grade talent. It was just that a slight accident happened during the awakening, which resulted in the red light. But when the words reached his lips, he didn't know how to speak. Because he had no idea how to explain what had just happened to him. And even if he said it, no one would believe him, because it was simply too bizarre. Lin Mo didn't say anything else in the end and left the formation directly. Come to think of it, maybe it is for the best. Otherwise, if his true situation were exposed, he truly wouldn't know how to explain it. Because what he just awakened was a god-level talent. God level. This is a grade that has never appeared in the history of Blue Star. In the common knowledge of everyone on Blue Star, SSS is the strongest talent. How could he explain to others that he awakened a rank that had never existed before? Say that he visualized the Candle Dragon? Then how would he explain the existence of the Candle Dragon? This was simply an unsolvable knot. Most importantly, when he first awakened, the formation glowed with red light. Red is the color of an F-grade talent. So in the eyes of others, he awakened an F-grade talent. Even if he patted his chest and claimed he had a god-level talent, they might not believe him. Given all of this, admitting that he is an F-grade talent is his best option for now. And in reality, the talent he awakened is the god-level beast-taming space. Everyone can open their own beast-taming space after awakening the beast-taming talent. Normally, the beast-taming space is just a place for pet beasts to rest. But Lin Mo's beast-taming space possesses special attribute: high-speed growth, aptitude enhancement, instant summoning. These are the three attributes his beast-taming space currently possesses. High-speed growth can accelerate the growth rate of pet beasts. For example, it takes 2 years for a pet beast to grow from the larval stage to maturity, but in Lin Mo's beast-taming space, 1 year is enough. This is equivalent to saving a year of time. You have to know the growth of a pet beast consumes a huge amount of resources. Although beast tamers are powerful, it is also publicly acknowledged that they are money burners. Saving a year of time is equivalent to saving a year's worth of resource consumption, which is incredibly practical for a kid from an ordinary family like Lin Mo. Of course, the most important thing is the rapid improvement in strength. If everyone contracts a pet beast at the same time, after a year, yours is still in the larval stage, while mine has already reached maturity. Who is stronger and who is weaker is self-evident. Next is aptitude enhancement. As the name suggests, it can enhance the aptitude of pet beasts. The aptitude of pet beasts is also divided into grades, from low to high: bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, monarch, overlord, and mythic. Each level is further divided into low, medium, and high tiers. Aptitude largely determines a pet beast's initial attributes and growth potential. For pet beasts of the same level, the higher the aptitude, the stronger the combat power. Under normal circumstances, it is very difficult to improve a pet beast's aptitude. At the bronze and silver levels, it's manageable. There are still opportunities to improve through certain means. But once the aptitude reaches the gold level, further improvement is harder than ascending to heaven. And Lin Mo's beast-taming space can continuously improve pet beast aptitude. In other words, as long as he has enough time and resources, he can raise all his pet beasts to mythic grade. I have to say, this is truly insane. Finally, there is instant summoning. This attribute is not as insane as aptitude enhancement, but it is definitely heaven-defying. To summon a pet beast, a beast tamer usually needs to draw a summoning formation with spiritual power. Because the beast taming space is essentially a different dimensional space, it needs a formation to open a door for the pet beast. And drawing the formation takes time. But with Lin Mo's instant summoning, he can complete a summon with just a thought, no formation required at all. It's like two mages fighting. One has to chant to cast a spell, while the other casts it instantly. The advantage is obvious. These are the three attributes of Lin Mo's god-level beast-taming space. But these aren't even the most terrifying aspects of the god-level beast-taming space. The most terrifying part is that the god-level beast-taming space is capable of growth. As Lin Mo's beast-taming level increases, not only will the existing three attributes become stronger, but new attributes will also appear sequentially. Even Lin Mo himself was shocked by this. He guessed that the god-level beast-taming space would be strong, but he didn't expect it to be this strong. Brother Mo, don't be disappointed. F-grade isn't bad. As far as I know, many strong people in our Chuaning city have F-grade talents. Besides, whether a beast tamer is powerful depends largely on the pet beast. As long as the pet's aptitude is high enough, an F-grade has a chance to take off too. Seeing Lin Mo return without saying a word, Sun Lei immediately stepped forward to comfort him. Lin Mo smiled. Don't worry, I'm fine. Sun Lei wanted to say more, but just then the teacher called his name, so he could only nod and walk toward the altar. Lin Mo, Sun Lei is right. As long as the pet beast is strong enough, having a low talent grade doesn't really matter. That's right. Although we all hope for a high talent grade, we all know that high ranks are exceptions, and F grade is the norm. The classmates around them also offered words of comfort. But everyone knew this was just comfort. Comforting Lin Mo was also comforting themselves. If talent didn't matter, then why does everyone want a high-grade talent? Thank you, everyone. Lin Mo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The reason he wasn't speaking was just that he was processing the information in his head about the god-level beast-taming space. He really wasn't pretending to be depressed to get sympathy. Then, a yellow light suddenly caught his eye. It was the light coming from Sun Lei. At the same time, the dean of students by the formation said with pleasant surprise, "Sun Lei, D-grade talent." Wow! The students around them were instantly in an uproar. Everyone looked at Sun Lei with eyes full of envy. The level of beast-taming talent may not necessarily determine a person's level of achievement, but it definitely gives a person a higher starting point, greater potential, and better treatment. Take Sun Lei for example. Unless something goes wrong, starting tomorrow he can enter the school's elite class and enjoy the various benefits unique to it. And then for the higher beast-taming university admissions, with Sun Lei's D-grade talent, he should be able to get in without an entrance exam. These top universities might even offer some very favorable conditions to recruit Sun Lei, whereas those of them with F-grade talents have to pass the exam to get in. Sun Lei, congratulations! D-grade talent, that's amazing! Big boss, you have to look after us in the future. After Sun Lei returned, the students came forward to congratulate him. Lin Mo also smiled and patted Sun Lei on the shoulder. D-grade, that's awesome. No matter how awesome I am, you're still my brother Mo. Sun Lei looked at Lin Mo and said very solemnly. Hearing this, the students around were all a bit envious of Lin Mo. However, they also knew that Sun Lei and Lin Mo were childhood friends and grew up together. Such a bond was something they couldn't compare to. The awakenings that followed were uneventful. Most students awakened F-grade talents. Occasionally, an E-grade would draw envy from the crowd. It wasn't until the class beauty, and also the school beauty, Lin Royu, awakened a B-grade talent that another huge sensation was caused. My god, did I hear that right? Are you sure it's B, not D? It's definitely B. The formation glowed with cyan light. Not to mention being beautiful. Her beast-taming talent is so high, it's just unfair. You also forgot one thing. Her figure is also absolutely perfect. A favorite of the heavens. That must be what they mean by Lin Royu. People are really different. That is so true. Compared to her, we're basically trash. Envy, nothing but envy. The surrounding students were simply numb with envy. If Sun Lei, who awakened a D-grade talent, was enough for major beast-taming universities to offer favorable conditions to recruit him, then Lin Royu, who awakened a B-grade talent, was definitely a target that major beast-taming universities would fight over. The two were not on the same level at all. Even the dean of students in charge of the ceremony was so excited that his face flushed and his body trembled. B-grade. After nearly 20 years, Chuaning No. Wan Hai finally had another B-grade. Producing such a student brings enormous benefits, whether for the teacher personally or for the school. And the principal, Dong Yoking, who had been standing to the side since he finished his speech, didn't say a word and went straight up to take Lin Royu away. The students of class 3-6 completely understood this. After all, such talent is indeed worth special treatment. Only when Lin Royu walked away. Lin Mo, that's a shame. Yeah, school beauty Lin made her intentions so obvious, but you were completely indifferent. Now, I'm afraid you really have no chance. F grade and B grade, the gap is truly... I don't mean to look down on you, I'm F grade too. You should have listened to us earlier. If you had just been a bit more proactive, you'd have kids by now. Never mind her being B grade, even if she were S grade, she wouldn't have escaped. Lin Mo, He didn't know when it started, but gossip about him and Lin Mo started spreading around the class, saying that Lin Mo treated him differently than others and definitely liked him. This led to these people making fun of him whenever they had the chance and constantly telling him to be proactive or to confess his feelings. This time it was particularly ridiculous, even bringing up children. "Brother Mo, why don't you go confess now?" Sun Lei put an arm around Lin Mo's shoulder. "With the attitude the school beauty has toward you, I think your chances of success are quite high." "Get lost." Lin Mo rolled his eyes, too lazy to pay attention to them. After a while, everyone had finished their awakening. The dean then turned to everyone. "Now you can open your beast-taming spaces through meditation. I will protect you." Hearing this, the students immediately sat cross-legged and began to meditate. They had been looking forward to this moment for a long time. Lin Mo was the same. He was very curious about what his god-level beast-taming space would look like. The method to open a beast-taming space has long been taught at school, and everyone has simulated it in their minds. Therefore, for all the students, opening the beast-taming space can be considered a familiar routine. As he entered a meditative state, Lin Mo clearly felt as if his consciousness traversed endless time and space in an instant, arriving at a void deep within the universe. Why is this different from the previous simulations? Lin Mo frowned, but he quickly calmed down. He already possessed a god-level talent that had never appeared on Blue Star, so it didn't seem strange that opening his beast-taming space would be different from a normal person's. However, the current situation left him unsure of what to do next, according to previous simulations. After meditating, his consciousness would pass through his mind palace to reach a foggy zone. Then, all he had to do was use his spiritual power to disperse the mist to open his own beast-taming space. The area of the space would depend on how much mist he could clear. But in his current situation, there was only endless void around him, with no mist to disperse at all. In other words, he had no way to open his beast-taming space. Just as Lin Mo felt a bit lost. Without any warning, 100-meter-tall black vortex suddenly appeared in the void around him. Following that, a massive suction force pulled him in, and his consciousness was drawn inside, unable to resist. It felt like a long time had passed, yet it might have been just a fleeting moment. Lin Mo's consciousness appeared in an entirely new space. This was a small island. The island was about 5 kilometers in length and width, with lush vegetation and flourishing trees, a scene full of vitality. In the center of the island stood a mountain that pierced straight into the clouds, hidden within the flowing mist, its full scale impossible to see. I don't know if it's an illusion. Lin Mo felt that the flowing clouds looked like a giant dragon coiling around the mountain, winding through the sky as if guarding the peak. Surrounding the island was the vast sea, with deep blue water and the constant sound of waves. However, Lin Mo could only see a 5-kilometer radius around the island. Anything further away seemed blocked by something, revealing only chaos. "This is my beast-taming space." It took Lin Mo a long while to react. He was shocked once again. Generally, beast-tamers with the same talent level will have variations in the size of their beast-taming spaces, based on the strength of their individual spiritual power. But the difference is not usually huge. For instance, an F-grade talent usually opens a space of about 10 to 15 square meters. That is roughly the size of a bedroom. It might seem decent, but for some larger beasts it is barely enough to fit in. Based on this, for every higher tier of talent, the size of the space generally doubles. For example, Sun Lei's D-grade talent would result in an initial space of about 40 square meters. And Lin Mo's B-grade talent could reach about 160 square meters. In other words, even for an SSS grade talent, the initial space would only be about 2,500 square meters. That is about 1/3 the size of a soccer field. And Lin Mo started with an entire island. The island's area is about 25 square kilometers, which is equivalent to 25 million square meters. That is 10,000 times 10,000 times 10,000 times bigger than 2,500 square meters. And there is another very important point: the environment within the beast-taming space. Because the size of the space comes from the area of dispersed mist. The space a beast-tamer initially opens can be understood as an empty room surrounded by fog, with absolutely nothing inside. This is the same even for an SSS-grade talent. The environment inside the space has a certain impact on the beast's growth rate. It might even affect the beast's loyalty. Therefore, beast tamers spend a lot of energy in the future to renovate their spaces, striving to create a comfortable living environment for their beasts. However, Lin Mo doesn't need to do that at all, because his space already has everything. There are mountains and seas, blue skies and clouds, trees and vegetation, and gentle breezes. It is essentially a paradise for beasts, one that can accommodate land, sea, and air creatures alike. In summary, how could Lin Mo not be shocked to see such a beast-taming space? It would be abnormal if he wasn't. As expected, the divine beasts from my earth are truly more powerful. After coming to his senses, Lin Mo secretly marveled. He knew very well that this was all thanks to the candle dragon. If he had contemplated the images from the beast-taming manual like everyone else, he might have awakened a decent talent, but it certainly wouldn't have been god level. With a thought, Lin Mo's consciousness returned to his body. He could clearly feel the close connection between himself and the beast-taming space. With just a single thought, he could enter it again. He slowly opened his eyes and stood up. Most of the other students around him had already finished opening their spaces. Only a few with higher talent levels were still in a meditative state, including Sun Lei. After all, the larger the beast-taming space, the more time it takes to disperse the fog. And those students who had already finished were all looking eager to get started. Because according to the normal procedure, they could now go to the school's breeding center and claim a free beast cub as their contract target. Of course, as products of mass breeding, the potential of these beast cubs couldn't possibly be very high. But compared to the market prices of high-potential cubs, which often cost hundreds of thousands or millions, those by the school were already the best option for most people. A moment later, everyone finished opening their spaces. Led by the dean, the group arrived at the school's breeding center. Next, make your own choices. Once you have chosen, just complete a simple registration and then you can leave. The den said, looking at Sun Lei, "You don't need to choose here, come with me." With that, he took Sun Lei and left immediately. The students around could only look on with envy. Sun Lei's D-grade talent was enough to grant him certain privileges in choosing a beast. As for Lin Ruoyu, who was taken away by the principal, if nothing unexpected happened, she would at least get a beast with gold-tier potential. This was the gap in starting points brought about by talent levels. A beast tamer with an F-grade talent, and a bronze-tier beast versus one with a B-grade talent and a gold-tier beast. The two could be said to be worlds apart, with no basis for comparison. At the same time, this once again proved that what the students said earlier about talent levels not being important was really, truly just consolation. For Sun Lei's special treatment, Lin Mo was naturally happy for his good friend from the bottom of his heart. But envy, he really didn't have any. With talent enhancement, the potential of the beast cub wasn't really that important to him anymore. Therefore, on the way here, he had already decided on his criteria for choosing a beast. Normally, the first thing to consider when choosing a pet cub is the compatibility between your taming talent and the pet. For instance, a student with a strength boost talent would be best suited to choose a strength-type pet, because only then can the effect of the taming talent be truly maximized. With that as a foundation, if conditions allow, you can then consider other factors, like the pet's potential, level, species, and so on. But Lin Mo is different. With the god-level taming space, factors like compatibility, potential, and level are completely negligible for him. There is only one factor he needs to consider: the cost of cultivation. Raising a pet costs a lot of money. And right now he is very poor. Of course, if he didn't have a god-level talent, no matter how poor he was, he would still prioritize choosing the pet that best suited him. But since he does have it, Then, isn't it awesome to spend the least amount of money to raise the strongest pet? After making up his mind, Lin Mo went straight to the teacher in charge of managing the pet cubs and stated his requirements. The teacher Huang Bin heard Lin Mo's request and asked, "Are you sure? You're only considering the cultivation cost and don't care about anything else?" "I'm sure," Lin Mo nodded. "Student, if you're having financial difficulties, the school can help you apply for a loan. We have subsidies for this in Huaxia, and the interest rates won't be high. Plus, beast tamers earn a good income. Once you become a formal tamer, you'll be able to pay it off easily. Don't waste your talent because of financial pressure. That would be a real shame," Huang Bin said earnestly. "Thank you, teacher, but I insist," Lin Mo said. "All right then," Huang Bin nodded and didn't say anything more. For some families, even a loan wouldn't solve the problem. Therefore, he could understand Lin Mo's choice. He pulled a card from his drawer and handed it to Lin Mo. "Take this and go handle the paperwork. I guarantee you, this is definitely the easiest pet cub to raise in the entire Chuaning city, bar none." "Thank you, teacher." Lin Mo left with the card. On the card was an ID number, G46A1. The Chuaning No. 1 high school cultivation center has over 300 different types of pets, with thousands of each type. To facilitate management, every pet was given a serial number. Starting with G, it meant the pet Lin Mo was to collect was in Zone G of the cultivation center. After arriving there, Lin Mo went straight to the processing window and handed over the card. The female teacher in charge of registration looked at the card and paused for a moment. "Are you sure you want to collect this one? How about you go take a look at it first before making a decision?" "No need, this is the one." Lin Mo shook his head. There was nothing to see. To him, every pet was the same anyway. "Student, the collection procedure is directly entered into the system. Once entered, it cannot be changed. Have you really thought this through?" "I've thought it through. Please just process the paperwork for me," Lin Mo said. The female teacher didn't say anything more and began entering the information into the computer. Although this world is dominated by taming, technological development is not behind, with an overall level similar to Earth before Lin Mo traveled here. However, that is limited to within the cities. Once you leave the city, it's a completely different scene, because outside the city lies the territory of fierce beasts. Soon the data entry was complete. "Wait a moment, I'll go get the pet cub for you," the female teacher said, then stood up and left. Less than 2 minutes later, the female teacher returned. However, upon seeing the pet cub she was holding in her arms, the corner of Lin Mo's mouth couldn't help but twitch violently. A green turtle the size of a wash basin. Unsurprisingly, this must be the pet he was supposed to collect. A turtle. Green. Why does it feel like there's such a strong implication? Lin Mo a bit pained. He did say that any pet would do. But a turtle? What kind of crazy development is this? Just imagine. Everyone goes on a mission together, and others summon majestic pets like tigers, leopards, bears, or wolves. And he summons a turtle. Just thinking about that image makes him want to crawl into a hole. But complaining is just complaining. For this result, he had no choice but to accept it. The collection procedure had already been processed, and the teacher said earlier that once entered, it couldn't be changed. Even if he wanted to go back on it, it was too late. Now, he just hoped that people in this world didn't know the special meaning of the term green turtle man. Otherwise, it would be the ultimate social death. "Take it," the female teacher handed the turtle to Lin Mo. "Once it wakes up, you can try to sign a contract with it." Lin Mo realized then that the turtle was in a deep sleep. The teacher had carried it all the way here, and it didn't even wake up. This level of alertness. Lin Mo was very worried that it might be beaten to death in its sleep in the future. At the same time, he finally understood what Huang Bin meant by easiest to raise in Chuaning City. It just sleeps and sleeps, so naturally it consumes very little. Of course it's easy to raise. "Thank you, teacher." Lin Mo stepped forward to take the turtle. "The turtle you choose is the turtle you have to raise." "You have the information on the green shell turtle, right?" the teacher asked again. Lo nodded. Memorizing the information of common pets is one of the main contents of their high school study. Name: green shell turtle. Attribute: earth. Potential: bronze, low level. Innate skill: turtle shell, low level. Your turtle is a little different from the normal ones. Its attribute is not earth, but space type. You must remember this, the teacher instructed. Space type. Lin Mo's eyes widened. Teacher, are you sure you didn't misidentify it? The female teacher said, I was even more shocked than you when I heard the news, but we identified it 3 times in a row. It can't be wrong. The reason this happened, we believe, is that it underwent some kind of unknown mutation. However, you should know that low-level space-type pets are actually quite mediocre, so don't have too high expectations for its attribute. Just raise it as a normal green shell turtle. I understand. Thank you, teacher. Lin Mo suppressed the excitement in his heart and quickly left the cultivation center. At this moment, all his previous depression was swept away. He even felt like cheering. Unsurprisingly, he had found a treasure. Space and time attributes are known as the 2 supreme attributes in the pet world. Is the space attribute great? Absolutely great. But the premise is that this attribute appears on a high level, high potential pet. Besides potential, pets also have levels from low to high, ranging from tier 1 to tier 9. Each tier is further divided into low, medium, and high levels. And generally speaking, space-type skills can only be awakened by space-type pets that are at least tier 6 or higher with platinum potential or above. Moreover, the more powerful the skill, the higher the required level and potential. In other words, a green shell turtle, that is tier 1 low level, with bronze low level potential, has absolutely no chance of awakening a space-type skill. It has the space attribute, but no space skills. This is why the teacher called it mediocre. A space-type green shell turtle, without any space skills, is not even as good as a regular Earth-type green shell turtle. At least with the Earth type, it could add more defense to its innate skill, turtle shell. But all of this is for normal situations. For Lin Mo, it's a completely different story. Because he has high-speed growth and potential boost, as long as he has enough resources, sooner or later he can make the green shell turtle awaken space-type skills. By then he will have a real, bona fide space-type pet. You have to realize, a space-type pet is a treasure that every beast tamer dreams of but cannot easily obtain. So at this moment, looking at the green shell turtle in his hands, Lin Mo felt it becoming more and more endearing. So what if it's a green shell turtle? I'm of the space type. After leaving the breeding center, Lin Mo found an empty classroom and walked inside. He planned to sign the beast-taming contract with the green-shelled turtle first. On one hand, once the contract was signed, he could immediately store the green-shelled turtle in his beast space. Given how abnormal his god-level beast space was, every second the turtle spent outside was a loss. On the other hand, he felt a bit embarrassed carrying a green-shelled turtle around on the street. Although he knew this turtle would surely be amazing in the future, others didn't know that. And even if it would become amazing, that was a matter for later. Right now, it's just a regular green-shelled turtle. He placed the green-shelled turtle on a desk. Lin Mo patted its shell, trying to wake the guy up. But after waiting a few seconds, he realized the little guy was still asleep. He used more force and patted it again. 3 seconds, 5 seconds. Still no reaction. Hiss. Lin Mo felt a toothache coming on. He clenched his fist and struck the shell hard. This time the green-shelled turtle finally woke up. It slowly poked its head out of the shell, opened its pea-sized eyes, and looked at Lin Mo blankly, seemingly going through the classic existential trio. Who am I? Where am I? Who hit me? Lin Mo was almost amused to the point of laughter by the turtle's foolish expression. He mentally repeated space-type, space-type, space-type 3 times to suppress the urge to punch it again. He looked at the green-shelled turtle and said, I'm going to sign a beast-taming contract with you now. Don't resist, got it? The green-shelled turtle stared at Lin Mo, its little eyes still filled with confusion. Lin Mo. He shouldn't have even asked. He immediately bit his index finger and, using his spiritual power as a guide and his blood as ink, began drawing the contract formation on the turtle's shell. Halfway through the drawing, the green-shelled turtle seemed to sense something was wrong and shifted its body slightly. At the same time, Lin Mo clearly felt a sense of resistance coming from the turtle's mental waves. So it knows how to resist? Not bad, that means it's not completely stupid. Lin Mo felt a bit relieved. He continued drawing the formation while conveying his thoughts through consciousness. One of the functions of the contract formation was to establish a mental connection between the beast tamer and the pet. That was why he could sense the turtle's resistant mental waves. By the same logic, the green-shelled turtle could also sense his thoughts right now. Little guy, my beast space is much more comfortable than the breeding center you were in before. And if you follow me, not only will I make sure you eat well, but I can also help you grow stronger quickly. You don't want to stay this weak forever, do you? After these words, the green-shelled turtle's resistance gradually faded away. Lin Mo exhaled, relieved, and quickly sped up the drawing of the formation. During the process, if the pet resists too violently, the contract will fail. And if it fails, you have to wait at least a month to try again, which is quite a high time cost. Soon the formation was complete. The blood-colored formation glowed with a faint white light before quickly merging into the turtle's body. Meanwhile, Lin Mo felt a surge of heat wash over his body, coupled with a cool, refreshing sensation in his brain. Neither sensation lasted long, but once they faded, he felt a bit stronger and his spirit was more refreshed than before. A smile tugged at the corners of Lin Mo's mouth. Such a reaction happened because he received power feedback from the pet, improving both his mental strength and physical constitution. And this meant that his contract with the green-shelled turtle was a success. From this moment on, he was a proud apprentice beast tamer. Looking at the green-shelled turtle now, he could accurately read information from its blank little eyes. This was because the beast-taming contract had established a close mental link between them. Therefore, he could easily perceive the pet's thoughts, and likewise, the pet could perceive his. For example, right now, the green-shelled turtle was saying, "Damn, could you be any more unambitious?" Lin Mo was speechless. Because what the turtle was saying was, "So, where's the good food you promised?" Earlier, when he said you don't want to stay this week, the turtle's resistance had disappeared. He had thought back then that the turtle stopped resisting because it wanted to get stronger. But it seemed this guy was only in it for the food, and just had slow reflexes, which was why it was slow to stop resisting. Forget it, considering you're a space type, I'll put up with you. Lin Mo gritted his teeth. The food will come later, I'll get some for you in a bit. For now, I need to give you a name. He rubbed his chin. From now on, your name will be Chuanwu. The green-shelled turtle already looked pathetic enough. The name had to be imposing. Also, Lin Mo wanted to use this name to constantly remind himself that he was originally from Earth. Alright, you head back into the beast space to rest for now, and I'll go get you some food. With a thought, the green-shelled turtle on the table instantly vanished into the beast space. Lin Mo's consciousness followed it in immediately. In fact, even without his consciousness entering the beast space, he could sense Xuanwu's state inside. But after all, this was his first pet to enter the beast space, so he wanted to see it with his own eyes. The moment it entered the beast space, Xuanwu was clearly stunned. Then, after a full 10 seconds, Lin Mo sensed a thought. This place is so beautiful, it's definitely much better than the breeding center. Immediately, Xuanwu stretched out its 4 legs and scurried quickly toward the ocean area by the island. Its joyous demeanor was like a completely different turtle from the guy who wouldn't wake up no matter how much he was petted. Lin Mo smiled, returned his consciousness to his body, and headed toward the academic affairs office. The school provided a month of free beast food to every student who picked up a pet. It was meant to serve as a transitional period for students who had just become apprentice beast tamers. So Lin Mo didn't have to worry about feeding Xuanwu for the first month, but after that, he would have to rely on himself. arriving at the academic affairs office. After filling out simple paperwork, Lin Mo received a full 100 jin of dried fish. This dried fish wasn't the same as the dried fish back on Earth. They were made entirely from fresh fish that were air-dried. Each one was the size of a finger, with all the innards left intact. It was absolutely authentic. And this 100 jin contained 16 different types of fish, strictly proportioned to ensure the pet's diverse nutritional needs were fully met. Humans don't even have as good as a turtle. Lin Mo couldn't help but sigh. Since arriving in this world, he hadn't even had the luxury of someone preparing his meals for him. He stored the dried fish in his beast space and then headed toward the classroom. According to the procedure, the homeroom teacher still needed to give them some instructions on beast-taming precautions. However, just as he reached the classroom door, someone stopped him. It was the class beauty and the school beauty. Royu.
Lin Mo, could you come with me for a moment? I have something to tell you. Lin Royu's tone was very gentle, just like it was before she awakened her talent. Can't you just say it here? Lin Mo asked. Just as Lin Royu finished speaking, he had already faintly heard the sound of jeering coming from the classroom. No, Lin Royu said, this matter is very important, and I can't let others know about it. All right then, lead the way. Lin Mo glanced at the sea of dark heads pressed against the classroom window and nodded helplessly. Since she had put it that way, he couldn't very well refuse anymore. Lin Royu immediately turned around and walked towards an empty classroom not far away. After she had walked 4 or 5 meters, Lin Mo finally stepped up to follow her. Go Lin Mo. Lin Mo, we believe in you. The voices coming faintly from behind made him almost stumble to the ground. He turned around and fiercely pointed at that group of guys, then hurried to catch up again. They arrived at the empty classroom. Lin Royu didn't say a word and immediately began drawing a summoning circle. After the circle was finished, there was an egg in her hand about the size of a human head, slightly blue and with a rough surface. Lin Mo's expression shifted. Is this a high-quality pet egg? A gold-tier intermediate ghost tiger, Lin Royu said. I called you here because I want to give this to you. Give it to me? Lin Mo's eyes widened. A gold-tier intermediate pet egg has a minimum market price of over 5 million. And for an egg of a 5th-order beast like the ghost tiger, with gold-tier intermediate potential, the price is definitely over 10 million. This was prepared for you by the school, right? Lin Mo asked. Lin Royu nodded. The principal taking her away earlier was exactly for this. Lin Mo clicked his tongue. The pet cubs in the breeding center only cost a few tens of thousands on the market. But here it starts at 10 million. This is the benefit of having a high talent. It's only because his own talent is special that he doesn't care about pet potential. Otherwise, even if he risked being cut up for research, he would definitely tell the principal about his god-level talent. If you give this to me, what will you use? Lin Mo asked. Lin Royu said, my family has already prepared one for me. Lin Mo. The full version of what Lin Royu just said should be, my family has prepared a better one for me. It's just that this girl was considering his feelings, so she left out the last 3 words. Why do you want to give it to me? Lin Mo asked a key question. Lin Royu's face flushed slightly. No reason, I just want to give it to you. Is that not allowed? This reaction. Lin Mo blinked and looked at Lin Royu. Do you like me? A clear flash of panic appeared in Lin Royu's eyes. But she quickly calmed down, then nodded frankly, yes, I like you. Hiss. Lin Mo drew a sharp breath. His expression was even more shocked than when Lin Royu offered him the pet egg. This girl actually really likes him. Looking at it this way, the classmates always teasing him and Lin Royu really wasn't just stirring up trouble. He couldn't help but ask again, what do you like about me? You are handsome. Lin Mo. Right. I admit that I am indeed a bit handsome. But girl, saying it like that is a bit hurtful, isn't it? Do I have no other merits besides being handsome? PFF'd. Lin Royu couldn't help but laugh out loud. In an instant, the empty classroom seemed to bloom with 100 flowers, filled with spring. Even though Lin Mo had seen countless beauties in his past life, he couldn't help but lose his focus for a moment. I have to say, this girl is definitely a beauty. Actually, I don't know what I like about you either, but I just really like you. Lin Royu crinkled her delicate nose, looking quite troubled by this. Lin Mo could understand. There is a poem on earth. Love does not know where it begins, yet it grows ever deeper. Sometimes there really is no reason to like someone. And often, such feelings are even more bone-deep than ordinary ones. Now, can you accept it? Lin Royu handed the egg to Lin Mo again. No, Lin Mo still shook his head. Why? Lin Royu was puzzled. I like you, so I give you something. Isn't that normal? You can give me things because you like me, but I can't just accept what you give me because you like me. That would make me a jerk, wouldn't it? Lin Mo said. Lin Royu didn't fully understand the meaning of jerk, but she couldn't worry about asking now. Then what will it take for you to accept it? If I were your boyfriend, I suppose I could accept it, Lin Mo said. Lin Royu was single-mindedly focused on giving away the egg. Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, she subconsciously said, "Then you should be my boyfriend." A smile slowly appeared at the corner of Lin Mo's mouth. Okay, I'm willing. What? It was only then that Lin Royu regained her senses, her delicate, porcelain-like face instantly turning red like a monkey's bottom, wishing she could find a hole to crawl into. Oh my, what on earth did she just say? Lin Mo watched her silently as she stood there mortified, the smile on his face growing wider. I have to say, a beauty is a beauty. Even when she's embarrassed, she looks quite charming. Wait. After a long while, Lin Royu finally calmed down and looked up at Lin Mo. You just said, you were willing? Lin Mo nodded seriously. I am willing. He hadn't thought in that direction before because he really didn't feel that Lin Royu treated him any differently. But that doesn't mean he didn't have a good impression of her, because this girl is truly wonderful. Not to mention her good looks, figure, and temperament. Her family background is top tier even in Chuaning City. The most crucial point is that despite growing up in such an affluent environment, her character remained untainted. Not only is she sensible and polite, but she is also humble, intelligent, has breadth of mind, and possesses the demeanor of a great general. It's really hard not to like a girl like this. Besides, he is 18, the perfect age for adolescent romance. If there's an opportunity to date, why not? Then hurry and take it. Lin Royu quickly shoved the egg into Lin Mo's hand, looking joyful as if she had achieved something great. But immediately after, she seemed to remember something else, and her mood became a bit downcast. Lin Mo immediately guessed the reason. You're leaving tomorrow, aren't you? Lin Royu nodded, going to Qian. Lin Mo wasn't surprised by this. Both Chuaning City and Qian City belong to Qingyuan province. However, Chuaning is only a small city with a population of 2 million, while Qiun is the capital of Qingyuan, with a population exceeding 8 million. The two are not even on the same level in terms of resource reserves or teaching standards. Lin Royu would indeed receive a better education there. He thought for a moment and asked, if you go to Qiun, you'll eventually end up at Qingyuan Academy, right? Lin Royu nodded again. That makes things easy. Lin Mo said, 3 months from now is the National Unified Entrance Exam for higher Beastmaster Academies. When that time comes, I'll go to Qingyuan Academy to find you. Really? Lin Royu's spirits lifted, but then she asked with some concern, do you have the confidence to get into Qingyuan? It's not that she doesn't believe in Lin Mo. It's just that Qingyuan Academy is really hard to get into. Qingyuan Academy is the best academy in Qingyuan province, and also one of the top 30 in all of China. To enter Qingyuan Academy, one's score on the entrance exam must be at least in the top 100 in the province. This requirement for Lin Mo, who has an F-level talent. No confidence. Lin Mo shook his head. However, if you do me a favor, it should be a sure thing. Lin Royu immediately said, tell me, as long as I can do it. Lin Mo rubbed his nose a bit sheepishly. Lend me 2 million, and I'll pay you back with interest in a year. His original plan was to make money slowly and develop steadily. Anyway, with his god-level talent, as long as he doesn't die young, him becoming strong is just a matter of time. But if he wants to get into Kinjuan, his previous plan obviously won't work, there's not enough time. So he can only use the pay-to-win method. Of course, it's mainly because Lin Royu is a little rich girl and has the means. Otherwise, even if he wanted to pay to win, he wouldn't be able to. No problem. Give me an account and I'll transfer it to you when I get back. Lin Royu agreed without hesitation. Let's go then. Lin Mo pointed to the classroom. They had been alone for so long that there's no telling what those people in class were saying about them. He had thick skin, so it didn't matter, but Lin Royu definitely couldn't handle it. Wait, I have one last question. Lin Royu's face was flushed, but she mustered the courage to look at Lin Mo. Are we officially boyfriend and girlfriend now? That question, I overlooked it. As he spoke, Lin Mo walked up to Lin Royu, gently cupped her face, and bowed his head to kiss her lips. Lin Royu's eyes widened suddenly. Her first kiss, was it gone just like that? Then, before she could regain her senses, Lin Mo pulled away and said, "Where I'm from, this is called sealing the deal. From now on, you're my girl." Lin Mo showed a mischievous smile. How about it? Are you satisfied with my answer, girlfriend? Whoosh. Lin Royu's face, already red, turned so crimson it seemed like it could bleed. However, she quickly pecked Lin Mo on the lips. "This is my seal on you, now you're my man too." After saying that, she pushed Lin Mo away and turned to run off. Lin Mo touched his lips, smiled slightly, and stored the ghost tiger egg into his beast-taming space. He accepted the egg because it was Lin Royu's gesture. If he didn't accept it, she wouldn't be able to rest easy. But whether it was the 2 million loan or this egg, he would definitely pay her back in the future. He hadn't figured out how to deal with the title of Green Turtle Guy yet. He couldn't afford to get labeled as a gigolo on top of that. Back in the classroom, the classmates naturally couldn't help but stir up a commotion. Lin Royu's face, which had only just returned to its normal color before entering the room, turned red again. Lin Mo, on the other hand, was thick-skinned and didn't take it to heart at all. Lin Mo, did you confess?" As soon as Lin Mo sat down at his desk, his classmates crowded around him, their faces burning with gossip. "I did." Lin Mo said calmly, "Lin Royu is my girlfriend now." "PF'd, tell it to the ghosts." "Exactly, only a simpleton would believe you." The crowd scattered immediately. Lin Mo shrugged. Reality is often like this. Lies are easily taken as truth while the truth is ignored. Then, as their homeroom teacher Li Shu entered the classroom, it fell completely silent. "Congratulations to all of you for awakening your beast-taming talents and receiving your pets." Li Shu stood on the podium, scanning the class. "I have 2 things to announce. First, the National Higher Beast-Taming Academy entrance exam is in 3 months. To say this exam determines your fate might be an exaggeration, because there are many paths in life, and this exam is just one of them. But I can tell you responsibly that this exam will directly determine your future, whether you walk a bright and smooth road or a rugged path filled with thorns. So, if you want your future to be easier, spend the next 3 months working your tails off to improve your pet's combat power, as that is the most critical factor for your scores. Understand?" The students answered in unison, "We understand." "Good." Li Shu nodded. "Now, for the second thing. Starting tomorrow's with F-level talent or higher are to report directly to the elite class." Hearing this, everyone looked at Sun Lei and the others with envy. The perks of being in the elite class are definitely not just ordinary benefits. Not only is pet feed provided for free, but there is also an extra monthly resource subsidy worth $50,000. You have to realize, in a small city like Chuaning, the monthly salary of an average worker is only about 8,000. 50,000 a month is equivalent to half a year's income for an average family. Don't be envious just yet. Li Shu added, If those with lower than F-level talent want to join the elite class, you can participate in the transfer challenge set up by the school. As long as you succeed, you can enter the elite class and enjoy the same benefits as its members. Upon hearing this, the students with lower talent became instantly excited. For them, this was a golden opportunity to leap over the dragon gate. However, they soon calmed, because even a fool could tell that this challenge wouldn't be easy. Alright, that is all I have to say. Does anyone have any questions? If not, you are dismissed for today. The students all shook their heads. Lin Mo slowly raised his hand. Teacher, I would like to ask, to get into Qingyuan Academy, what level of combat power do I need? He knew getting into Qingyuan required being in the top 100 in the province, but he didn't know what that actually entailed. Lai Shu paused, looking at Lin Mo with surprise. You want to apply to Qingyuan? Lin Mo nodded. Hiss. The surrounding students gasped at the sight. An F-level talent wanting to get into Qingyuan? Is Lin Mo out of his mind? Not crazy. I think he's just been triggered by the school beauty. Makes sense. After all, when someone who used to chase after you suddenly becomes someone out of your reach, it's a huge blow. But even so, applying to Qingyuan, is there really a need to torture himself like this? He probably just wants to prove himself. Poor Lin Mo. Quiet, everyone. Li Shu stopped the whispering, then glanced at Lin Ruoyu, whose face was flushing red in her seat. She had heard rumors about the Lin and Lin couple, but never took them seriously. She had always assumed they were just interacting like normal classmates. But Lin Mo pulling a stunt like this made her think twice. However, with graduation so close, she wouldn't interfere even if there was something going on. Besides, students being crazy for love wasn't necessarily a bad thing. If he managed a massive upset, it would benefit her, him, and the school. Li Shu thought for a moment and said, the last person admitted to Qingyuan Academy last year, if I remember correctly, had a pet that reached the 6th stage of the juvenile phase, and its skill proficiency had reached the skilled level. Whoa! The students erupted in an uproar again. Oh my god, 6th stage juvenile? Did they feed it growth stimulants? The scarier part is the skill proficiency, skilled level. Even training day and night for 3 months, you might not reach that. Focus on the main point, people. That was just the last person admitted. Imagine how strong the top-ranked ones must be. Holy cow, it's terrifying to think about. Sigh, the rest of us should just settle for lower-tier academies. Exactly, Qingyuan Academy is just something to dream about. Hearing these comments, Lin Ruoyu couldn't help but look at Lin Mo with concern. She had agreed in the heat of the moment when Lin Mo said he wanted to apply to Qingyuan. Now that she thought about it, the difficulty was indeed too high. While she hoped he could get in, she didn't want to put too much pressure on him. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow in surprise after hearing what Li Shu said. Due to certain rules, everyone in this world could only awaken their beast-taming talent at 18, which meant everyone only had 3 months from awakening to the national exam. 3 months to nurture a newborn pet to the 6th juvenile stage, and to reach skilled proficiency in its skills. That was indeed daunting. Generally, students' newborn pets start at the 1st juvenile stage. Reaching stage 6 meant gaining 5 levels in 3 months, which is undeniably fast. Then there's skill proficiency. From low to high, they are novice, skilled, master, perfect, and transcendent. Pets have inherent skills, but as newborns, their proficiency is extremely low. Note, extremely low here means they can barely trigger the skill, not even reaching the novice level. To improve, you must practice constantly. Raising a skill from novice to skilled requires tens of thousands of repetitions. In other words, it demands a massive amount of time. That's why everyone was so shocked. Because both the 6th stage and skilled proficiency require significant time. And that person achieved both within 3 months. And most importantly, that result was only the last place admitted to Qingyuan last year. It seems getting into Qingyuan is even harder than I thought, Lin Mo muttered to himself. He had thought that with the god-level beast-taming space and a little spending, Qingyuan would be easy. But now it looks like he needs to get serious. Lin Mo muttered to himself. He originally thought that with the god-level beast-taming space and spending money, getting into Qingyuan Academy would be a piece of cake. But now it looks like he is going to have to take this seriously. Mo, are you really planning to apply to Qingyuan University? Sun Lei asked on the way home. Yeah, Lin Mo nodded. Then I am going to Qingyuan too, Sun Lei said immediately. He had a D-grade talent, and while he couldn't enjoy the same level of treatment as Lin Ruoyu, getting into Qingyuan wouldn't be a problem. Alright, then we go to Qingyuan together. By the way, I never had a chance to ask, what is your talent? What grade of beast did the school give you? My talent is strength boost, and my beast is a mid-level silver iron claw bear, Sun Lei said. Lin Mo nodded, very good. The iron claw bear is a typical strength type beast. It's a great match for your talent. Mo, what about you? What is your beast? Sun Lei asked. Lin Mo. If you don't ask about this, we are still good brothers. But in the end, he still told Sun Lei about the green armored turtle. Others might laugh at him for it, but Sun Lei certainly wouldn't. Sun Lei was silent for a moment. Mo, how about I give you my iron claw bear? I haven't bonded with yet anyway. What are you talking about? Lin Mo slapped Sun Lei on the head. I don't have a strength-based talent. What use is your iron claw bear to me? Mo, I'm serious. Anyway, my talent grade is high, so it doesn't matter if my beast potential is a bit lower. Sun Lei said, but you with an F-grade talent, if you take the green armored turtle, then there would really be no way to turn things around. But he didn't dare to say that out loud. Lin Mo smiled. What? Looking down on my F-grade talent? Sun Lei panicked. Mo, you know that's not what I meant. How could I ever look down on you? Alright, I understand. Lin Mo patted Sun Lei's shoulder. Look, what is this? He focused his mind. The beast egg that Lin Ruoyu gave him appeared in his hand. A high-potential beast egg. Where did you get? Was it given to you by the campus belle Lin? Sun Lei was stunned, then suddenly realized. Lin Mo nodded, so, don't worry about it. Once we get home, hurry up and bond with your iron claw bear. Great. Sun Lei grinned from ear to ear, genuinely happy for Lin Mo. Then, he looked at Lin Mo with some gossip. Mo, then you and the beautiful Lin... Lin Mo rolled his eyes. Why call her campus belle? Call her sister-in-law from now on. My God. Sun Lei couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Mo is truly the best. Awesome. Back home. His parents hadn't finished work yet. Lin Mo took this time to take out the ghost tiger egg and start the bonding process. Generally speaking, once you become a novice beast tamer, you cannot bond with a second beast. Because the space of a novice beast tamer isn't stable enough, and there's not enough control over the beasts. Bonding with multiple beasts at once could likely lead to the beasts breaking free from the contract. But Lin Mo was different. His beast space was not only large but also absolutely stable. So theoretically, Lin Mo could bond with many beasts right now. Of course, provided he could afford to feed them. Moment later, as the contract magic circle faded into the eggshell, cracks immediately appeared on the pale blue egg. Suddenly, a palm-sized little tiger with ice blue fur and black stripes, looking slightly translucent, crawled out of the shell. Name Ghost Tiger. Attribute Water type. Potential Gold mid-level. Talent skills Stealth Advanced. Water Blade Advanced. Growth stage Juvenile level 1. This information didn't come from Lin Mo's memory. It was because he had established a mental link with the ghost tiger, so he knew it naturally. As expected of a gold potential beast, it comes with 2 advanced skills right at birth. Lin Mo felt a bit touched. Compared to the green armored turtle's shell withdrawal, low level, this ghost tiger's starting stats were just too good. At the same time, he once again felt the sense of his body and mind being enhanced. And the enhancement was even greater than what the green armored turtle had brought him. This is why all beast tamers want to bond with high-potential beasts. High-potential beasts are not only stronger in combat and have higher growth limits, they also provide stronger feedback to the beast tamer. Roar. As soon as Little One came out, it let out a soft roar. Lin Mo immediately understood what it meant. I'm so hungry. Lin Mo. I'm so hungry too. Thinking about how every day when he wakes up, there will be 2 hungry beasts waiting for food, he felt his head spinning. Money. He must find a way to make money. Ding. Just then, a text message notification sounded. Lin Mo took out his phone and took a look. Your account ending in 6505 has received 3,000 yuan, and the current balance is 3,164.52 yuan. The money borrowed from the little rich girl had arrived. Along with it was a message. Even if you don't get into King Yuan, you're still the man I've claimed as my own. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Lin Mo couldn't help but laugh. Why hadn't he realized before that Lin Royu had such a cute side? And borrowing 200 and transferring 3,000, his girlfriend was really not just normally rich. He replied to Lin Royu, don't worry, it's just King Yuan, I've got it under control. Then, Lin Mo looked at the ghost tiger. You'll be called White Tiger from now on, but to avoid confusion, I'll call you Little White. Now, go to the beast space first. I'm going to get you something to eat. With that, he focused his mind and put Little White into the beast space. Entering the beast space for the first time, Little White reacted just like Xuanwu did before, completely stunned. However, compared to Xuanwu, who was stunned for more than 10 seconds, Little White reacted much faster, snapping out of it in just 3 seconds. Then the little guy cheered and ran into the forest on the island to play. One has to say, compared to other beast tamers' misty, empty rooms, Lin Mo's beast space was truly a paradise. At least for other novice beast tamers, it's impossible to let their beast play freely in the beast space at this stage. Then Lin Mo checked on Xuanwu's condition. He found that after the guy was full and satisfied, it had gone off to sleep again. For now, he didn't care about it. The green-armored turtle's space attribute requires a long time of cultivation to come into play. And he had to take the exam in 3 months. So his focus for the coming period would be on training Little White. With Little White's starting stats, as long as it's trained properly, getting into King Yuan University should be just around the corner. With that in mind, he changed his clothes called Sun Lei and headed straight to the Daxia Mall. The Daxia Group is the leading retail enterprise in China, with shopping malls in almost every city with a population of over 1 million. Mo, why are we here? Looking at the somewhat luxurious building in front of him, Sun Lei was a bit puzzled. This place was not where 2 poor students like them should be. Coming here, of course, is to spend money. Lin Mo pulled Sun Lei, and they walked in. As a large-scale comprehensive commercial shopping mall. In the Daxia Mall, besides daily necessities, the items sold the most are those related to beast taming. Lin Mo's purpose this time is very clear, to buy food for the phantom tiger. After a brief inquiry, the 2 headed straight to the 4th floor, which specializes in pet beast food. 2. What kind of beast food do you need? We have beast feed at every price range and level. As soon as the 2 arrived on the 4th floor, a clerk approached them. Do you have food for an iron claw bear? Lin Mo asked. Yes, we have 4 types. Which one would you like? The clerk asked. Tell me about them. Lin Mo said he really didn't know much about it. Certainly, the clerk said, the first is the basic version, which only meets the daily nutritional needs of the pet. The second is the nutritional version, which is upgraded from the first, allowing the pet to reach 1.2 times the normal growth rate. The third is the deluxe version, which can reach 1.4 times the growth rate. The fourth is the platinum version, which can reach 1.6 times the growth rate. Of course, the prices for these 4 types of food are different as well. Lin Mo thought for a moment and asked, will this growth accelerating food have any negative effects on the pets? It's good to be able to accelerate growth, but it wouldn't be worth it if it was like forcing a plant to grow. You can definitely rest assured about that. The clerk said, beast tamers and their pets are the cornerstone of our nation's strength, so our country takes food safety for pets extremely seriously. All pet food sold on the market must undergo strict inspection by the Beast Tamer Association before release, which absolutely guarantees safety and no side effects. Lin Mo nodded and asked, how much is this platinum version? The clerk's eyes lit up slightly as he said, our pet food here is sold by the month. A month's supply of the platinum version is 100,000. However, our mall is running a promotion. If you buy a 3-month supply at once, we can give you a 20% discount, making it 240,000. Lin Mo then asked, you should have food for a phantom tiger as well, right? Yes, the clerk's eyes brightened even more. However, the phantom tiger is a high-level beast, and the food is difficult to prepare, so we only have 3 types. A basic version that doesn't accelerate growth, an upgraded version that accelerates growth by 1.2 times, and a deluxe version that accelerates it by 1.4 times. Lin Mo frowned. Only 1.4 times at most? Yes, sir, the clerk said. The higher the level of the pet, the harder it is to accelerate its growth. For a pet like the phantom tiger, 1.4 times is already the current limit. Lin Mo nodded. He was realizing more and more just how incredible his high-speed growth ability was. He asked, how much is this deluxe version? The clerk said a 1-month supply is 200,000. If you buy 3 months at once, you can enjoy a 10% discount, so that's 540,000. Lin Mo's mouth twitched. Not only is it more expensive, but the discount is also smaller. High-potential pets are truly money pits. He thought for a moment and then asked, you should also have food for a green armored turtle, right? A green armored turtle? The clerk almost couldn't react in time. Lin Mo first asked about the iron claw bear, then the phantom tiger. The sudden jump to a green armored turtle was quite the contrast. Lin Mo. Even if it's just a green armored turtle, there's no need for such a big reaction, is there? But he still nodded. Yes, the green armored turtle. The clerk also realized his reaction was inappropriate and quickly said, we have 6 types of food for the green armored turtle. Besides the basic version, the other 5 can all accelerate growth, with the highest reaching up to 2 times. How much for the 2 times version? Lin Mo asked. 60,000 a month. If you buy 3 months, you can also get a 20% discount, which makes it 144,000, the clerk said. Alright, give me a 3-month supply of each of the 3 types I just asked about, Lin Mo said. Wait a minute. Sun Lei quickly stopped Lin Mo. Brother Mo, I have the food the school gives out. I don't need this. He had assumed all along that Lin Mo was just asking and wouldn't actually buy anything, otherwise he would have stopped him sooner. Lin Mo signaled Sun Lei to stay calm, then looked at the clerk. Go ahead and get the items ready. The clerk nodded and asked, would you like to take these with you or shall we deliver them? We'll take them, Lin Mo said. Very well. The clerk turned to go prepare the order. Only then did Lin Mo look at Sun Lei. Do you think the next 3 months are important for us? Brother Mo, I understand what you mean, but it's too expensive, right? Lin Mo interrupted him. Having grown up together, he knew exactly what Sun Lei was thinking. They were both from ordinary families, and for Sun Lei, this single purchase of nearly $1 million was truly hard to accept all at once. Even for himself, if he weren't considered somewhat of a rich kid back on Earth, he would probably be shocked by such a huge expense too. Lizzie, let me ask you one question. Lin Mo looked at Sun Lei. Is our future as brothers more important, or is this $1 million more important? I understand the logic, but... No more buts. Lin Mo interrupted him again. If you feel like you owe me, then just work hard and pay me back once you've made it big. Sun Lei didn't say anything more after that. In fact, he also knew that what Lin Mo was doing was right. because the food provided by the school only met the basic nutritional needs of the pets, and it couldn't even compare to what Lin Mo was buying. This is one of the reasons why everyone envies the elite class. The extra resource subsidies for the elite class help narrow the gap to some extent. Sun Lei hesitated for a moment and said, "Brother Mo, I have one more question." Lin Mo glanced at him. "You want to ask where I got this money, right?" Sun Lei nodded like a pecking chicken. Such a huge amount of money, let alone him and Lin Mo, they couldn't afford it. Even their families wouldn't be able to come up with it. Lin Mo smiled and said, "It's exactly what you're thinking. So it really was from the school beauty Lin." Sun Lei's eyes widened suddenly. Then he said anxiously, "Brother Mo, even if you are a couple, isn't it inappropriate to spend her money like this? Wouldn't that make you a kept man?" "Don't worry, I borrowed it, and I'll pay it back later, with interest," Lin Mo said. Sun Lei sighed in relief. "I knew it. You definitely wouldn't be that kind of kept man." Lin Mo: "Actually, I really wouldn't mind being one, but my self-esteem just won't allow it." Back home, his parents were already home and had prepared a delicious meal. The three of them enjoyed a pleasant dinner together. During the meal, his parents asked about Lin Mo's awakened talent. Upon learning that it was an F-rank talent, they were slightly disappointed, but they didn't say much. They knew very well that talent couldn't be forced. Moreover, most people in this world awaken F-rank talents. Just as that classmate of Lin Mo said, high ranks are the exception, while F-rank is the norm. In fact, Lin Mo wasn't intentionally hiding his talent level. It was for the same two reasons. It was impossible to explain and impossible to prove. Therefore, he could only say he was F-rank. Early the next morning, Lin Mo was awakened from his sleep by a strange fluctuation. His expression shifted, and his consciousness immediately entered the beast-taming space. He then saw that the Xuanwu, which had been sleeping on a rock, was enveloped in a faint white light. After about 30 seconds, the white light vanished. The green-armored turtle, which was originally only the size of a wash basin, was now a full circle larger, looking almost like a small millstone. "Is this an upgrade?" Lin Mo was pleasantly surprised. He immediately used mental sensing to check the current status of the Xuanwu. Name: green-armored turtle. Attribute: space type. Aptitude: bronze low level. Innate skills: turtle shell internal space super. Growth level: hatchling stage 2. Using mental sensing to check a pet's status is a capability only available after a beast tamer forms a contract with their pet. Beast tamers can use this to keep track of their pet's changes at any time. It didn't just upgrade, it even awakened a new skill. Lin Mo's eyes were filled with shock. Generally, it takes at least a month for a pet to progress from hatchling stage 1 to stage 2. Because this stage is also commonly referred to as the full moon phase. However, Xuanwu had only been contracted for a day. No, strictly speaking, just half a day, and it had already upgraded. This speed is truly a bit terrifying. Of course, it doesn't rule out another possibility, which is that Xuanwu had already been at the breeding center for 29 days and just happened to upgrade one day after contracting with him. But whether that's the case or not is not what matters to Lin Mo right now. What Lin Mo cares about more is that after the upgrade, Xuanwu has awakened a new innate skill, internal space super. This doesn't make sense. It took Lin Mo a long while to blurt that out. As mentioned before, space-type pets usually need to reach at least the 6th rank with a platinum-level aptitude to possibly awaken space-type skills. But in this case, Xuanwu is only at hatchling stage 2, not even at rank 1, and with only a bronze low-level aptitude, yet it has awakened a space-type skill. And it is even a super skill. This really exceeds Lin Mo's scope of understanding. It's no exaggeration to say that it has shattered the systematic understanding he formed after years of studying beast-taming knowledge. Could this also be the work of the god-level beast-taming space? Thinking about it, that is the only explanation Lin Mo could come up with. And it is the only explanation. It seems that my god-level beast-taming space is far more complex than it appears on the surface. After a long while, Lin Mo calmed down. Then, he used mental sensing to learn more about the skill internal space, super, from Xuanwu. He didn't know much at first, but once he understood it, he was startled again. Internal space, super. The pet has its own independent space within its body, which grows in size as the pet levels up. Seems ordinary at first glance, right? It's just a space. But its true awesomeness lies in the fact that this internal space can store living things, including humans. As everyone knows, although beast-taming spaces can be used to store objects, they cannot store living things other than pets. Under such circumstances, what does an internal space that can store living beings mean? It means that in the wild, when others are trembling in fear of being ambushed by fierce beasts, Lin Mo can sleep peacefully in his internal space. It means that in some areas inaccessible to humans, Lin Mo could hide in his internal space and sneak in secretly. It means that if Lin Mo wants, he can have a mobile luxury villa. There are many other such miraculous uses, too numerous to count. In short, if this internal space is used well, it is absolutely a divine skill. Thus, Lin Mo looked at Xuanwu with increasing affection. Don't look at this guy as lazy, sleeping and eating all day. Its potential is truly extraordinary. Space type truly impressive. After waking up and having breakfast, Lin Mo arrived at school on time. At Lin Royu's seat, the beauty was already gone. Sun Lei and other talented students had also gone to report to the elite class. The classroom felt a bit empty. It seems I need to get to the elite class as soon as possible. Lin Mo muttered to himself, looking at a female classmate named Liu Weiwei next to him, and asked, "Do you know the challenge content for the elite class?" "Lin Mo, do you want to participate in the class transfer challenge?" Before Liu Weiwei could even speak, several male classmates nearby had already gathered around. "Don't you guys want to?" "I want to, but I feel like I have no chance." "Indeed, I've looked at the challenge content, it's super hard." "I feel like that challenge exists just to make things difficult for people." Lin Mo helplessly looked at them. "Just tell me the challenge content first." "The challenge is to fight on a ring, defeat the challenger, or hold out for a quarter of an hour without losing, then you pass." "Is the champion very strong?" "The champion's pet is a hatchling stage 3 ice armor wolf." A hatchling stage 3 ice armor wolf isn't actually very strong, but it is enough to crush them, the people who have just contracted their pets. Lin Mo thought for a moment and asked again, "Can you attack the beast tamer himself?" "Of course not." Several classmates said in unison. "Understood." Lin Mo smiled and immediately stood up and walked out. "Where are you going? Class is starting soon, and the first period is Teacher Li's class," a classmate reminded him. "To challenge." After Lin Mo said this, he had already walked out of the classroom. Several boys were stunned before they reacted. "Oh my god, to challenge! Is Lin Mo that confident?" "Why think so much? Let's go see and we'll find out." "I'm going too." A group of people rushed out. Just as they reached the door of the classroom, they were stopped by Li Shu, who was carrying books. "Class is starting soon, and you guys are running out. Are you planning to rebel?" "Teacher Li, Lin Mo has gone to take the class transfer challenge. We want to go see it." "Class transfer challenge?" Li Shu was a bit surprised. "You aren't lying to me." "Teacher Li, we wouldn't dare lie to you even if we had the guts." Lin Mo really went. "Teacher Li, please let us go and take a look." "All right, then let's go take a look," Li Shu said, leading the way toward the challenge site. Because the senior year students awakened their talents in batches, this class transfer challenge has been set up for a while now. Many people have gone to challenge, but so far, no one has succeeded. So she really wants to see if Lin Mo can succeed.
The arena for the class transfer challenge is set up in the school's multi-purpose classroom. When Lin Mo entered the classroom, someone was already on the stage being challenged. Below the stage, 3 other students were waiting in line. Clearly, quite a few people want to make it into the elite class through this challenge. After getting a queue number from the registration desk, Lin Mo walked over to the side of the stage to watch the match. Just as the classmates said, the defender's pet is an ice-armored wolf. Lin Mo observed it for a moment, and a rough assessment formed in his mind. Name: Ice-armored wolf. Attribute: Ice. Innate skills: low-level Ice Shield, intermediate-level Ice Claw. Growth level: Juvenile Stage 3. Potential: Unknown. Judging a pet's status through observation is one of the core subjects for any Beastmaster. Among these, the name, attribute, and innate skills need to be memorized by rote. The growth level, however, must be judged by the pet's physical state. Factors like the pet's size, number of teeth, and the condition of its fur can all be used as indicators. However, making an accurate judgment requires a certain level of experience. As for potential, it is very difficult to distinguish with the naked eye and can only be detected with special equipment. Therefore, without testing equipment, it is hard to determine a pet's potential. Lin Mo then looked at the challenger on the stage, a boy with a buzz cut. His pet is a grayish-black scorpion. Name: Gray Pincer Scorpion. Attribute: Poison. Innate skill: low-level Poison Stinger. Growth level: Juvenile Stage 1. Potential: Intermediate Bronze rank. The reason he knows the potential is that this Gray Pincer Scorpion is also a product of the school's breeding center, and he had memorized the data. I am announcing the challenge rules. After both sides were ready, the teacher acting as the referee stepped onto the stage. First, the challenge is limited to combat between pets. Attacking the Beastmaster themselves is forbidden, or they will be disqualified. Second, if the challenger defeats the defender, or holds out for 15 minutes without losing, the challenge is considered a success. Alright, if both sides are ready, the challenge begins now. After the referee finished speaking, he immediately retreated to the edge of the stage. Almost at the same time. Gray Pincer Scorpion, use Poison Stinger attack. The buzz-cut boy launched his attack immediately, hoping to catch the defender off guard. Whoosh! The moment his words landed, the Gray Pincer Scorpion beside him flicked its tail, and a stinger flew straight toward the ice-armored wolf. Ice Shield! The defender gave a low shout. Cold air rapidly condensed in front of the ice-armored wolf, forming an icy shield in the blink of an eye. Clang! The stinger pierced into the ice shield, but could not advance any further. And at that very instant, the ice-armored wolf lunged out from behind the ice shield, landed in front of the Gray Pincer Scorpion, and swiped its claw. Bang! The basin-sized Gray Pincer Scorpion didn't have time to react. It was swiped away and fell heavily off the stage. Challenge failed. The referee calmly announced the result, and then looked at the people waiting at the edge of the stage. Next. The second challenger was a girl. Her pet was a snow-treating deer. Like the ice-armored wolf, the snow-treating deer also belongs to the ice attribute. However, this snow-treating deer couldn't escape the fate of being defeated in a single move either. The third and fourth challengers that followed met the same result. The reason for this situation isn't that the ice-armored wolf is particularly strong. It is mainly due to the level suppression. Juvenile Stage 3 against Juvenile Stage 1. It's like a kid who already knows how to run fighting a newborn baby. The advantage is so great that it's practically a completely different league of combat. Because of this, the classmates from Class 3C6 said earlier that this challenge exists purely to make things difficult for people. It really is too hard. Next. Following the referee's voice, Lin Mo slowly walked onto the stage. Lin Mo, good luck. Lin Mo, try to hold out for at least one more move. Exactly. Even if you lose in 2 moves, you'll still be the strongest among the losers. The few students from Class 3-6 watching were just eager to stir up trouble. Shut up, all of you. Li Shu let out a sharp command, interrupting them. Although she didn't think Lin Mo had a chance of winning, Mo had always been steady and wasn't the type to act impulsively. So she still held a tiny bit of hope for his attempt. Summon your pet, the referee looked at Lin Mo. Lin Mo nodded, went through the motions of drawing a summoning circle, and summoned Xiaobai out. The ice blue, slightly translucent little tiger immediately caught the attention of the surrounding students. Is that a ghost tiger? Does our school's breeding center even have ghost tigers? Even if the school had one, it wouldn't be accessible to students with F-grade talent like us. Lin Mo obviously got it himself. Getting a ghost tiger as a pet on his own? Good grief, did Lin Mo's family win the lottery? Probably a ghost tiger with low potential. If it were a high potential one, winning the lottery once wouldn't be enough. Li Shu looked at Lin Mo with a meaningful expression. The students didn't know about the school giving Lin Ruoyu a ghost tiger, but as a teacher, she had heard rumors. An intermediate gold-rank ghost tiger, and Lin Ruoyu actually gave it to Lin Mo. It seems the relationship between those two is truly special. However, even an intermediate gold-rank ghost tiger is only at the juvenile stage 1, so it likely won't be a match for this ice-armored wolf. Therefore, she remained pessimistic about the outcome of this challenge. If you are ready, the challenge begins. The referee gave the order and clicked the stopwatch. Xiaobai stealth. Lin Mo gave the order immediately. Advanced stealth conceals own figure and aura, entering an invisible state. Following Lin Mo's order, ripples immediately began to form around Xiaobai's body. Then, Xiaobai's figure seemed to turn transparent and slowly vanished. Stay alert. The defender saw this and immediately ordered the ice-armored wolf to be on high alert. However, 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 1 minute. Nothing happened. What is Lin Mo doing? Exactly, it's already invisible. Why doesn't it attack? The watching students were full of confusion. Li Shu was also a bit puzzled at first. But soon, her expression shifted, and she shook her head with a light smile. This kid is quite slick to think of a method like this. Meanwhile, the referee on the stage also looked at Lin Mo with a slightly strange expression. He had also seen through Lin Mo's intention. But restricted by his role as a referee, he couldn't point it out. Now it remains to be seen if the defender can react in time. Otherwise, Lin Mo might really manage to exploit a loophole in this challenge. Time ticked away second by second. Under the ring champion's orders, the ice-armored wolf remained on high alert. However, 3 minutes had passed. The invisible ghost tiger still hadn't launched an attack. The ice-armored wolf was starting to struggle. One can be a thief for 1,000 days, but no one can guard against a thief for 1,000 days. For a beast only at the 3rd level of its juvenile stage, maintaining such intense mental focus for this long was incredibly draining. Why haven't you attacked yet? The ring champion noticed the wolf's state and frowned at Lin Mo. The referee's mouth twitched. If it doesn't attack, why don't you take the initiative? However, the referee could understand the champion's perspective. In previous challenges, the challenger always attacked first, while the ring champion played defense, which had created a fixed mindset for him. Get ready, I am about to attack now, Lin Mo said, glancing down at his feet. Great, it is finally about to start. Exactly, if we kept waiting like this, I would have fallen asleep. I just hope the ghost tiger doesn't get taken out in one hit. The students watching were filled with anticipation for the upcoming fight. Li Shu, however, shook her head again. Unless she was mistaken, Lin Mo was just bluffing. Because Lin Mo's plan was to use the ghost tiger's advanced stealth skill to stall for time. As long as he dragged it out for 15 minutes, he would win the challenge. And the facts proved that Li Shu's judgment was correct. 2 more minutes passed, and the ghost tiger still hadn't launched an attack. Time update, 5 minutes. The referee's voice rang out. According to the rules, he could give a time reminder at 5, 10, and 15 minutes. Therefore, this reminder did not violate any rules. You are intentionally stalling for time. Upon hearing the referee, the ring champion finally realized what was happening. Lin Mo shrugged. The rules don't say I can't use this method, do they? The ring champion didn't answer and pointed at Lin Mo's feet. Ice-armored wolf, attack. Whoosh! The ice-armored wolf lunged toward Lin Mo's feet but hit nothing but air. Lin Mo couldn't help but reveal a slight smile. When he said, I am about to attack just now, He deliberately glanced at his feet to make the champion think Xiaobai was still right beside him. The champion had fallen for it hook, line, and sinker. In reality, Xiaobai had long since followed his mental command and moved to the corner of the ring. The champion's face looked grim as his eyes scanned the ring, trying to find the ghost tiger. But the ghost tiger's advanced stealth didn't just hide its body, it also masked its presence. So after looking around, he found absolutely nothing. Ice-armored wolf search. Having no other choice, the champion had to give that order. The ice-armored wolf immediately began a carpet-style search, starting from Lin Mo's position. But if anyone could see it, they would find that Xiaobai had already returned to the exact spot where the wolf had just lunged. 6 minutes. 8 minutes. 10 minutes. The ice-armored wolf had searched the entire ring but failed to find a trace of the ghost tiger. This scene left the entire classroom in dead silence. Before this challenge started, they never would have imagined this outcome. Using stealth to stall for time, isn't that a bit shameless? Nonsense. Whether a cat is black or white, if it catches mice, it's a good cat. Since the rules don't forbid it, Lin Mo is doing nothing wrong. Exactly, making reasonable use of the rules is a tactic in itself. I finally understand why Lin Mo specifically asked if he could attack the Beastmaster himself before the challenge began. He had this planned all along. Can't find the pet but can't attack the Beastmaster either. This is indeed a bit unsolvable. The students' discussions reached the ring. The ring champion's expression turned incredibly sour. He pointed at Lin Mo. You, have some backbone and call your ghost tiger out, so we can have a proper fight. Lin Mo shook his head calmly. Sorry, I don't have that kind of ability. If he had any chance of winning a head-on fight, he wouldn't be using such a troublesome method. The champion was so angry he could spit blood, yet he could do nothing about Lin Mo. The pet remained hidden, and he couldn't attack Lin Mo directly. It was a classic case of trying to catch a turtle in a jar. There was no way to get a grip. In the blink of an eye, another 5 minutes passed. Time's up. Lin Mo wins the challenge. The referee announced the result right on cue. No way, he actually pulled it off! Damn, before this, if anyone told me you could challenge like this, I wouldn't have believed it. If I remember correctly, Lin Mo should be the first person this year to successfully complete a class transfer challenge. Not just this year, but the first in history. There are transfer challenges every year, but before Lin Mo, I don't think anyone has ever succeeded. Oh my god, the first ever, that sounds pretty impressive. The students watching were stunned. Before Lin Mo started the challenge, they never expected him to succeed. So this result was completely beyond their expectations. Lai Shu watched Lin Mo on the ring and couldn't help but smile. Although Lin Mo's method was suspicious of exploiting loopholes, as they say, there were no rules forbidding such methods in the ring. Therefore, she didn't see anything wrong with what Lin Mo did. On the contrary, as a teacher, she quite admired that Lin Mo could come up with such an unconventional approach. Being a beastmaster is a very dangerous profession. If one only knows how to follow the rules rigidly, it's hard to go very far. Teacher, I don't accept this. At that moment, the champion looked at the referee. The method he used for this challenge counts as cheating. The referee frowned. Do you feel you lost unfairly? Yes. The champion nodded indignantly. If it had been a head-on battle, I would never have lost. The referee looked at him. Do you think every battle you face in your life will be a head-on fight? If you encounter this kind of situation in a real fight, what will you do? Cry that it's unfair? If it were a real fight, I could attack the Beastmaster himself, the champion said. The referee chuckled. You can attack the Beastmaster, but can't they do the same? Do you think the ice-armored wolf's attacks are easier to dodge, or the ghost tiger's? The champion was speechless. The ice-armored wolf's attacks were out in the open, while the ghost tiger could strike while invisible. Although it would become visible after attacking, comparing the two, the latter was clearly much harder to deal with. All right, once you've thought it through, go take a break. The referee turned to Lin Mo. Take this and go report to the elite class. He tossed a small wooden token to Lin Mo. "Thank you, teacher." Lin Mo put away the token and turned to walk out. Lin Mo arrived at the elite class. Class was already in session. He knocked on the door and took out the small wooden given by the referee. "Hello, teacher. I'm here to report for duty." "Report for duty?" The teacher in the middle of the lecture was a middle-aged man with a bit of a belly. Upon seeing the wooden token in Lin Mo's hand, he said with some surprise, "You succeeded in the class transfer challenge." Lin Mo nodded. "Come in, find a seat yourself." The teacher gestured toward the inside of the classroom. "Thank you, teacher." As Lin Mo walked into the classroom, he was greeted by the curious gazes of everyone in the elite class. Currently, all the students in the elite class were selected automatically due to their high talent levels. Lin Mo was the first one to get in through a class transfer challenge. Therefore, everyone was quite curious about this tough guy. "Brother Mo, you're a beast." That was Sun Lei calling out. Seeing that it was Lin Mo who had succeeded in the challenge, he was more excited than anyone else. Lin Mo smiled slightly and walked over to sit in the seat next to Sun Lei. "Alright, let's continue with the lesson." The teacher tapped on the podium to draw everyone's attention back. As I said earlier, the two most critical factors affecting a pet's combat power are its growth level and skill proficiency. The school can do very little about growth levels, so for the next 3 months, we will focus our teaching on pet skill proficiency. And there's no shortcut to improving skill proficiency. It all comes down to one word: practice. Of course, that doesn't mean practicing blindly. The school will organize tests periodically to determine your pet's weaknesses and focus on strengthening them accordingly. So, be prepared for a tough 3 months. Also, I need to remind you that the elite class has an elimination system. The last place in the comprehensive monthly evaluation will be sent back to their original class. Therefore, don't think that getting into the elite class means you're safe. Keep yourselves on your toes. Of course, with punishment comes reward. If you can achieve good results in the comprehensive evaluation, the school's rewards are quite generous. It all depends on who has the ability. Now, everyone follow me to the training ground. With that, the teacher turned and walked away. The students stood up immediately to follow. "Brother Mo, how did you pass the transfer test? Tell me about it," Sun Lei asked while walking. A few students nearby heard this and also crowded around curiously. They all knew the content of the class transfer challenge. Let alone Lin Mo with his F-grade talent. Even those with high-grade talents among them weren't confident of a sure win. "I used a stealth skill to stall for time," Lin Mo said directly. There was nothing to hide about it, and it couldn't be hidden anyway. "That's brilliant, Brother Mo. I can't believe you came up with that." Sun Lei looked at him with admiration. However, the students who had crowded around sneered, curled their lips, and walked away quickly. In their view, this method was nothing more than cheating. Consequently, they began to look down on Mo as well. Lin Mo noticed their reaction but just smiled slightly, not caring at all. If he were truly an 18-year-old boy, he might still care about these people's opinions and feel the need to explain or argue. But having lived 2 lives, his current thought was, let them think what they want. What does it have to do with me? A moment later, they arrived at the training ground. "Now summon your pets." Following the teacher's command, the training ground instantly became a paradise for pets, with all sorts of creatures making for a dizzying sight. Lin Mo observed for a while. He discovered that the vast majority of students in the elite class also use pets provided by the school's breeding center, just of slightly better quality than those in the regular classes. Only a small portion of them used self-purchased pets. So, his ghost tiger Xiaobai became the most eye-catching creature in the training ground, attracting quite a few stares the moment it appeared. Even the teacher, Xu Qiming, was taken aback upon seeing the ghost tiger and gave Lin Mo a deep, probing look. For the sake of class management, according to tradition, before we start training, We need to elect a class monitor first. Xu Qiming looked at everyone. As for the selection method, it will be pet battles. After all, as Beastmasters, we should let our strength do the talking. Now, those who want to be the class monitor can step forward. Don't worry, I will ensure the fairness of the battles and won't allow any endurance battles. The students looked at each other, but no one stepped forward. Anyone capable of entering the elite class had a certain sense of superiority. In short, they were all very arrogant and hard to manage. So, being a class monitor was actually a thankless job. Xu Qiming seemed to have anticipated this, smiling slightly. I forgot to mention, if you are the class monitor, in addition to the original 50,000 resources subsidy every month, you get an extra 50,000 subsidy. Once he said that, the students' enthusiasm soared instantly. I'll do it. I want to be. Count me in. In an instant, more than a dozen students rushed out. 50,000 in base subsidy, plus 50,000 extra. That was 100,000 a month. For students from ordinary families, the appeal was incredibly strong. Brother Mo, should we both go and try? Sun Lai was eager to jump in. His D-grade talent was top tier even in the elite class. So he definitely had an advantage. No rush, let's watch for a bit. Lin Mo was also quite interested in the class monitor position. Although he had over 2 million on him, 100,000 monthly subsidy wasn't a small sum. Under Xu Qiming's organization, the class monitor battle soon began. Everyone had just contracted their pets, and all the pets were at growth stage 1. So the battles weren't exactly spectacular, and it was easy to determine the winner. In less than 15 minutes, a student named Fu Chengli stood out. Does anyone else want to challenge Fu Chengli? If not, he is our class monitor, Xu Qiming said. Brother Mo, should I go? Sun Lei looked at Lin Mo for his opinion. Lin Mo hesitated but nodded. In truth, he didn't like Sun Lei's chances in this battle. Sun Lei's pet was an iron claw bear. Name, Iron Claw Bear. Attribute, metal. Potential, silver intermediate. Innate skills, frenzy intermediate. Iron Claw intermediate. Growth level, growth stage 1. And Fu Chengli's pet was a windstartle fox. Name, windstartle fox. Attribute. Potential, unknown. Innate skills, dash, intermediate. Tail strike, intermediate. Growth level, growth stage 1. The Iron Claw Bear is a power-type pet. The Windstartle Fox is an agility-type pet. By nature, agility-type pets counter power-type pets. In this situation, unless the gap in strength is massive, it's very hard for the countered side to win. And the reality unfolded as he expected. Sun Lei's Iron Claw Bear, under the effect of his D-grade force amplification talent, attacked with great intensity and courage. But it couldn't land a hit. The Windstartle Fox was already agile, and with the boost from Dash, the Iron Claw Bear was left chasing shadows the entire time. Eventually, the Iron Claw Bear ran out of stamina, and was defeated when the opponent seized an opening. I lost. Sun Lei walked back, looking dejected. Lin Mo comforted him, saying, the opponent's attributes countered yours. It's normal to lose. Just treat it as gaining combat experience. This was the reason he had let Sun Lei compete, even knowing he would lose. For a beast tamer, combat experience is just as crucial. Sun Lei nodded and said, I was too impulsive. The opponent had an agility-type beast. I should have played defensively and waited for them to attack first. Being able to realize that means your loss wasn't in vain. Lin Mo patted him on the shoulder and said, I'll go get your revenge. After saying this, he took Qiao Bai and walked to the center of the arena. This guy actually wants to be the class monitor. How does he have the nerve? Exactly. He's just someone who cheated his way into the elite class. What gives him the right? Is he planning to use his stealth skill to stall for time again? You're overthinking it. This isn't a class transfer challenge. There's no time limit. Stalling won't help him win. Just wait and see. Fu Chengli's beast has high silver tier aptitude. It will easily crush him. Someone like him deserves a good lesson, to let him know that not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry can join the elite class. Some students who had heard the truth about Lin Mo's challenge began to gossip. "Shut the hell up, all of you." Hearing them talk bad about Lin Mo, Sun Lei exploded. How did Lin Mo cheat? Why shouldn't he be the class monitor? The challenge rules were set by the school, and the pass he got for winning was issued by the school. If the school recognizes his strength and you don't, does that mean you think you're more authoritative than the school? You're all just ridiculous. What? So we can't talk about his cheating? Yeah, using stealth to drag out the match. If that's not cheating, then what is? A few students who were scolded immediately retorted. Sun Lei was about to fire back. "Shut up, everyone." Xu Qiming scolded coldly. "Whoever makes noise again will have their monthly resource stipend deducted." The students didn't dare to speak. Sun Lei was still unconvinced. "Teacher Xu," they were slandering. "Lazy, stop." Lin Mo looked at Sun Lei. Sun Lei gritted his teeth and said nothing more. Xu Qiming looked at Lin Mo, who remained calm as water, and turned to Fu Chengli. "Lin Mo wants to challenge you. Do you need a rest?" Fu Chengli glanced at the ghost tiger by Lin Mo's feet and nodded. "Very well, then we shall start in 15 minutes. Lin Mo didn't say anything and waited silently. 15 minutes later. "I'm ready." Fu Chengli stood up and moved to face Lin Mo. "Then let's begin." Xu Qiming stepped aside. Wind Startle Fox used sprint and attack. Xiao Bai used stealth. Fu Chengli and Lin Mo gave their commands almost simultaneously. Sprint, intermediate, increases movement speed by 50% upon activation. The Wind Startle Fox was already fast, and with sprint activated, it moved like lightning, reaching Lin Mo in the blink of an eye. Clearly, Fu Chengli knew that once Xiao Bai entered stealth, it would be troublesome, so he didn't want to give it the chance. However, Xiao Bai turned invisible the moment it activated stealth, so although the fox was fast, it was still a step too late. By the time it pounced on Lin Mo, Xiao Bai had already finished turning invisible. "Foxtail strike?" Fu Chengli gave his second command without hesitation. The Wind Startle Fox's tail swept in a 360-degree circle, trying to force Xiao Bai out. But the attack missed. Xiao Bai had changed its position under Lin Mo's mental command the moment it used stealth. And just as the fox's attack missed its mark, Xiao Bai Water Blade. Water Blade, advanced, condenses water elements from the air and launches them as a blade of water. This was the ghost tiger's second innate skill. In the empty air 3 feet to the left of the Wind Startle Fox, water elements gathered instantly into a water blade, then flew straight toward the Wind Startle Fox. Fu Chengli's expression changed, and he immediately ordered the fox to dodge. But the Wind Startle Fox had just used Fox Tail Strike, and was in that momentary lull after exerting force, making it impossible to react in time. Swoosh! The next second, the water blade sliced across the Wind Startle Fox's body, leaving a clear 3-inch-long bloody gash. Hiss! The Wind Startle Fox let out a pained cry, stumbled, and nearly collapsed. At the same time, in the same spot, Xiao Bai, who had revealed itself during the attack, was already forming another water blade. But before the blade could be launched, Xu Qiming's voice rang out. "Match over, Lin Mo wins." He lost. Fu Chengli actually lost. How is this possible? The students who were hoping to see Lin Mo get beaten found this result hard to accept. You have to know Fu Chengli's talent was D rank. A D rank talent with a high silver tier beast, yet he lost to Lin Mo, who had an F rank talent. That just didn't seem possible. Fu Chengli, however, remained quite calm, silently taking his beast to the infirmary for treatment. Xu Qiming took another long look at Lin Mo. He had anticipated that Lin Mo might win, because he knew the ghost tiger had gold tier aptitude. But he hadn't expected Lin Mo to win so decisively. Especially the timing of that final water blade. It was incredibly precise. To achieve such a level, Lin Mo must either have vast combat experience or be a natural-born combat genius. Either way, it was enough to make him hold Lin Mo in higher regard. He looked at the other students. Does anyone else want to challenge Lin Mo? If not, then Lin Mo is the class monitor. No one responded. If even Fu Chengli wasn't a match, then they stood even less of a chance. Xu Qiming said, "Didn't people just question Lin Mo, saying he only won his transfer challenge by cheating? Why are you all backing down now?" A group of students kept their heads down, especially those who had mocked Lin Mo earlier. They wished they could bury their heads in their stomachs. Xu Qiming was clearly calling them out. "Yeah, why is everyone cowering?" Sun Li looked at those people with a mocking expression, feeling incredibly satisfied. At the same time, he understood why Lin Mo had told him to stay quiet earlier. Using real strength to slap their faces was worth more than 1,000 words of trash talk. Since no one is challenging, Lin Mo is the class monitor. Xu Qiming spoke loudly. "Remember, a beast tamer's strength isn't just about combat power, but also brains. In fact, sometimes, brains are more important than combat power. You must think through situations rather than just rushing in. That is the way of a fool." Furthermore, if anyone is dissatisfied with Mo in the future, you can issue a challenge during the monthly comprehensive assessment. But remember, before that challenge, everyone must obey Lin Mo's leadership. Do you understand? Yes. The students, regardless of their personal feelings toward Lin Mo, could only agree at this point. Good. Let us officially begin today's training. For the vast majority of pet beast skills, there are only 3 aspects that determine proficiency: the speed of execution, the number of times it can be performed, or its duration, and the power of the skill. Let's take a simple example, Little White's water blade. As it stands, this skill hasn't even reached the introductory level yet. If it had reached the introductory level, the mark on that wind-stalking fox before wouldn't have been just a scratch, but a proper wound. And regarding the number of uses, Little White, who is currently at stage 1 of its juvenile phase, can only fire the water blade 3 times in a row before it becomes completely exhausted. But if the proficiency could be raised to the skilled level, it would be able to fire it at least 6 times even at stage 1 of the juvenile phase. This goes to show the importance of skill proficiency. That is why the training Xu Qiming has arranged today is for the students to guide their pets to continuously release their skills. Once they hit their limit, they should be recalled to the pet space to rest. Compared to the outside world, pets recover much faster within the pet space. Once they are rested, they are summoned again to continue releasing skills. It is a process of constant repetition. As Xu Qiming put it, there are no shortcuts to improving proficiency. It is all about hard work. However, not everyone can afford to train this way, because this method is extremely expensive. For an exhausted pet to recover quickly, it doesn't just need rest, it also needs a large amount of food. With this training method, a pet that originally eats 3 meals a day might need to eat 6, and this extra food consumption is no small number. Therefore, only the elite class, where food is in abundant supply, can afford to train like this. But Lin Mo isn't feeding Little White the standard food provided by the school. He is feeding it the type he bought that accelerates growth by 1.4 times. It is quite extravagant. But for the sake of Qinyuan Academy, these costs are worth it. Over the next few days, the elite class spent their time in training. But during the training, Lin Mo discovered something interesting. The training effect for Little White inside the pet space was actually better than outside. Because the pet space has limited area, under normal circumstances, a pet cannot train inside its pet space. But Lin Mo's pet space is clearly an exception. So when he sent Little White back to the pet space one time, he had a sudden thought. Why can't pets train while inside the pet space? Pets recover faster in the pet space, so if it trains inside, it could stay in a constant state of rapid recovery. You could say it is a way to save time in disguise. So after that rest period, Lin Mo tried letting Little White train inside the pet space. With that one trial, he immediately discovered the key point. Training twice inside the pet space was roughly equivalent to training 3 times in the outside world. In other words, the training effect for Little White inside the pet space is 1.5 times that of the outside world. Clearly, this is also an effect brought about by high-speed growth. For this unexpected surprise, Lin Mo couldn't help but exclaim once again that his god-level pet space is truly amazing. After that, Lin Mo simply kept Little White inside the pet space permanently. He only occasionally brought it out to keep up appearances. And this anomaly soon caught the attention of others. After all, other people's pets spend most of their time training outside, while Lin Mo's Little White rarely makes an appearance. To everyone else, this behavior was just blatant laziness. But other than Sun Lei, nobody really cared. Especially those who had been put in their place by Lin Mo's strength before. They were actually hoping for Lin Mo to slack off. That way, they might be able to defeat Lin Mo in the end-of-month challenge. The person also paying attention to this was Xu Qiming, who was in charge of the elite class training. For this reason, Xu Qiming specifically had a talk with Lin Mo, hoping that Lin Mo would not become arrogant and would keep a proper training attitude. He also tactfully reminded Lin Mo that no matter how good a pet's aptitude is, without proper training and cultivation, it will eventually end up as a waste. Lin Mo didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but since he couldn't explain, he could only offer solemn promises that he would never neglect his training. Xu Qiming was skeptical, but since Lin Mo said so, he didn't say anything more. Afterward, Lin Mo's performance still appeared as laziness to everyone else. But only Lin Mo knew how much progress he was making. On the night of the 5th day in the elite class, Little White leveled up. It went from the original juvenile stage 1 to stage 2. As a flash of white light enveloped it, Little White, which was only the size of a palm, became a whole size larger, growing to the size of an adult house cat. This growth rate, high-speed growth, really didn't disappoint me. Lin Mo couldn't help but beam with joy. Before, when the Xuanwu leveled up, he wasn't sure if it was the effect of the god-level pet space. Now, Little White's leveling up fully proved it. Generally speaking, it takes about a month for a pet to go from juvenile stage 1 to stage 2. But Little White only took 5 days. Although the he bought that accelerates growth by 1.4 times played a role, it was clear that high-speed growth had a much greater effect. This growth rate kept Lin Mo highly motivated as he continued to train Little White at full throttle. The 10th day of the elite class. Little White's high-level water blade finally reached the introductory level. On the same day, the Xuanwu, which Lin Mo hadn't really paid much attention to lately, also gave him a surprise. Name: Xuanwu, also known as the green-shelled turtle. Attribute: Spate. Aptitude: Bronze Intermediate. Innate skills: Turtle Shell Low Level, Internal Space Super Level. Growth stage: Juvenile Stage 3. Not only did its level increase from Stage 2 to Stage 3, but even its aptitude improved from Bronze Low Level to Bronze Intermediate. This must be the aptitude enhancement of the god-level pet space at work. Lin Mo was smiling from ear to ear. Although the rate of aptitude improvement is obviously much slower than level growth, he was already very satisfied. At this rate, it would only be a matter of time before he possessed a god-level pet. With a pet space like this, it would be hard for him not to become powerful. Next, the training continued. The 20th day of the elite class. Little White leveled up once again. It went from stage 2 to stage 3 of the juvenile phase, and its size grew once more, now as big as a teddy dog. But the most obvious change was that the mark on its forehead was becoming increasingly clear, giving the little guy the initial air of a tiger king. But such rapid growth has one huge drawback: it costs a lot of money. Lin Mo bought 3 months' worth of beast feed before, and now it looks like it will only last for 40 days at most. At this rate, the money I have now will at most last until the end of the exam. But that's enough. Once I get to a higher level academy, I can take on missions to earn money. By then, I'll be able to pay back the little rich girl. Thinking of Lin Royu, Lin Mo couldn't help but let a smile touch his lips. They had been sending messages and making phone calls almost every day these past few days. But in the end, it was hard to overcome the longing. Fortunately, it was only 2 more months until they would see each other again.
Isn't this training effect a bit too exaggerated? The 25th day of entering the elite class. The Xuanwu has leveled up once again. It has reached the 4th stage of the fledgling phase. At this point, the Xuanwu was several sizes larger than before, with a shell diameter of 80 centimeters. Lying there, it looked just like a giant millstone. Along with its physical size, the space inside its body had also grown. Now, the space inside is 4 square meters with a height of about 2 meters, so fitting a few people is no problem at all. Out of curiosity, Lin Mo specifically went inside to get a feel for it. Although it was a space unto itself, it didn't feel any different from the outside world. There was air to breathe and light for illumination, and the light even changed according to the environment outside. Furthermore, when he was in that internal space, he could see what was happening outside through the Xuanwu's perspective, so there was no need to worry about being kept in the dark if he stayed inside for too long. So Lin Mo was growing more and more fond of this internal space. His mobile villa was just around the corner. The 30th day of entering the elite class. It was the day of the monthly comprehensive assessment. It was also the day when the other students could challenge Lin Mo. As soon as class started that day, Xu Qiming led the students of the elite class to the training grounds. Let's warm up a bit before the comprehensive assessment begins. Xu Qiming looked at the students. I know many of you have been holding back, waiting for today. Anyone who wants to challenge Lin Mo can step forward now. Me. In an instant, over a dozen people stepped forward. Fu Chengli, who had lost to Lin Mo during the previous class monitor selection, was among them. Xu Qiming glanced at Lin Mo. It seems you are not very popular as a monitor. Lin Mo smiled but said nothing. He only became the monitor for the extra 50,000 yuan subsidy. He couldn't care less about his popularity. Xu Qiming turned back to those who had stepped forward. You guys discuss it amongst yourselves. Who goes first? I will. Fu Chengli looked at the others. If I lose, there will be no need for you guys to challenge him either. No one had any objections to that. Fu Chengli's strength was indeed the greatest among them. And they had all seen how hard Fu Chengli had worked over this past month. Compared to Lin Mo, who slacked off all day, Fu Chengli's training intensity was easily in the top 3 of the elite class. Therefore, they were fully confident in Fu Chengli's challenge. All right, then summon your spirit beasts. Xu Qiming signaled for the two to prepare. Although Lin Mo had promised him repeatedly that he hadn't slacked on training, Lin Mo's behavior was plain to see, making it hard for him to feel at ease. So he was quite looking forward to the result of this challenge. Lin Mo and Fu Chengli walked slowly to the center of the training ground and summoned their respective spirit beasts. Stage 2 of the fledgling phase. The Gale Fox has really reached the 2nd stage of the fledgling phase. It's not just stage 2. Fu Chengli uses growth accelerating beast feed, so it shouldn't be long before the Gale Fox hits stage 3. The point is the Gale Fox's tail strike skill has already reached the entry level. It won't be so easy for Lin Mo to find an opening this time. Great, Lin Mo is done for. Seeing Fu Chengli's Gale Fox, those students who wanted to challenge Lin Mo were suddenly all smiles. A fledgling spirit beast shows significant changes at every stage, so the power gap between ranks is especially pronounced. The Gale Fox's growth stage being so high meant it had already won half the battle before it even began. However, when the crowd saw Lin Mo's Xiaobai, the smiles on their faces froze completely. How is that possible? This can't be happening. Stage 3 of the fledgling phase. Are you kidding me? Someone tell me I'm seeing things. This phantom tiger cannot be at stage 3 of the fledgling phase. Lin Mo barely trains at all. How could his spirit beast grow so fast? This is unscientific. The group stared with wide eyes, completely in disbelief. In just 1 month, to grow a spirit beast from stage 1 to stage 3 of the fledgling phase. This speed is simply mind-boggling. Xu Qiming, standing nearby, was equally shocked. At this moment, he truly believed that Lin Mo hadn't neglected his training. But isn't this training effect a bit too exaggerated? He stared blankly at Lin Mo, recovering his composure only after a long while, then turned to Fu Chengli. Why don't we call off this challenge? Stage 3 against Stage 2. The advantage is just too obvious. There was almost no suspense left in the outcome. Fu Chengli only just snapped out of his shock. In his view, losing to Lin Mo in the previous challenge was purely due to his own tactical errors. If he hadn't rashly used the tail strike, he wouldn't have given Lin Mo an opening and lost in one move. So for the past month, he had been training relentlessly, not only bringing the Gale Fox to Stage 2, but also mastering the tail strike skill. And he did all this just to defeat Lin Mo today and wash away his shame. But the current situation was completely beyond his expectations. He had thought Lin Mo's slacking might be a faker. He had thought Lin Mo's spirit beast might have reached Stage 2. But Stage 3, he had truly never considered that. Because in his mind, it was simply impossible. But now, something he considered impossible had truly happened. So much so that after hearing Su Qiming's words, he didn't even know how to respond. However, his hard work over the past month made him unwilling to just give up like this. He gritted his teeth and looked at Su Qiming. "Teacher, I still want to challenge him." In 1 month, it was impossible for Lin Mo to have increased both his spirit beast's level and its skill proficiency. So he guessed that Lin Mo's spirit beast's skills were likely still at an entry-level stage. If that was the case, his Gale Fox might still have a chance of winning. "Are you sure?" Su Qiming was a bit surprised. "I'm sure," Fu Chengli was resolute. "All right," Su Qiming nodded. "Then the challenge continues, but both sides must exercise restraint. It's best not to get injured so as not to affect the upcoming comprehensive assessment." His words were addressed to both of them in name, but his gaze rested on Lin Mo as he spoke. Clearly, he was specifically reminding Lin Mo. Understood. Both Lin Mo and Fu Chengli nodded. Then, the challenge begins. Su Qiming stepped back slowly. However, this time he didn't move too far away, staying ready to step in and protect them at any moment. Gale Fox attack. As soon as Su Qiming finished speaking, Fu Chengli launched his attack. Fu Chengli was clearly much more cautious this time. He only gave the command to attack without using any skills. However, the wind-chasing fox is an agility-type pet by nature, so it was incredibly fast, reaching right in front of Xiaobai in a single leap. Facing the enemy charging at it, Xiaobai's reaction was equally decisive. It swiped its claw out directly. Foxtail strike. Fu Chengli activated the skill without hesitation. Upon receiving the command, the wind-chasing fox's tail swept out instantly, lashing towards Xiaobai. Bang! Xiaobai's tiger claw and the wind-chasing fox's tail collided in mid-air, creating a crisp sound. The recoil force pushed both of them back simultaneously. However, the wind-chasing fox retreated 2 steps, while Xiaobai only stepped back once. This result made Fu Chengli frown. Even with a skill activated, the wind-chasing fox had come off second best against a ghost tiger that hadn't used any skills. This was certainly not good news for him. Meanwhile, Lin Mo was somewhat surprised. He knew that a level advantage brought a significant edge, but he hadn't expected it to be this huge. He looked at Fu Chengli. "Shall we continue?" "Of course we continue," Fu Chengli said. "It was just one clash. It doesn't prove anything." Lin Mo paused for a moment before looking at Su Qiming. "If we continue, I might not be able to guarantee the safety of the wind-chasing fox. After all, once a Xiaobai unleashes its skills, the consequences are beyond his control." Fu Chengli, "Why don't you call it a day?" Su Qiming suggested. "It wouldn't be worth it if your pet gets injured and impacts your comprehensive assessment." "No, I must complete this challenge," Fu Chengli was adamant. "In that case, let's proceed." Su Qiming stopped trying to dissuade him. After all, he was the one who set the rules for this challenge in the first place. Fu Chengli looked at Lin Mo. "You can feel free to use your pet's skills. I will take responsibility for any consequences." "Be careful then." As Lin Mo spoke, he moved his mind. Swish. In front of Xiaobai, Water elements in the air formed a water blade in the blink of an eye and flew toward the wind-chasing fox. Entry-level water blade. Seeing the speed at which the water blade formed, Fu Chengli's expression changed completely. When Xiaobai used water blade a month ago, he could still see the process of the blade condensing. But this time, the blade had already formed the moment he caught sight of the water elements. At this speed, its proficiency had definitely reached the entry level. But how is this possible? In just 1 month, not only did the pet's growth level increase by 2 tiers, but it also mastered the skill to entry level. Does Lin Mo not need to sleep? Even if he trained without sleep or rest, this speed is still far too exaggerated. However, Fu Chengli didn't have time to dwell on it and reacted instinctively. Wind-chasing fox sprint dodge. In truth, he didn't even need to give the order. Pets possess intelligence and have the combat instinct to seek advantages and avoid harm. The moment the water blade appeared, the wind-chasing fox had already begun to dodge, but its movement was still a beat too slow. Or to be precise, the entry-level water blade was simply too fast. Coupled with the fact that Xiaobai and the wind-chasing fox were already close to each other. The water blade landed on the wind-chasing fox the very second it formed. Esha. A sharp slicing sound rang out. A bloody gash, half a foot long, was visible on the wind-chasing fox's white fur. A large amount of blood gushed out, instantly staining half of the wind-chasing fox's body red. Challenge over. Quick, take it to the infirmary. Xu Qiming reacted immediately. Fu Chengli hurriedly recalled the wind-chasing fox into his pet space and rushed toward the infirmary. The pet space has the effect of slowing down the deterioration of injuries, which would buy him more time. Although the wind-chasing fox's wound wasn't fatal, if it bled too much and damaged its core, it wouldn't be able to recover in a short time. Watching Fu Chengli rush away, the entire training ground fell silent. All the students looked at Lin Mo with complex expressions. They had anticipated that Fu Chengli might lose after seeing the ghost tiger was at the 3rd stage of its nascent phase. But they never expected such a decisive defeat, including Xu Qiming on the sidelines. He hadn't stood far away after signaling the start of the challenge specifically, so he could intervene and protect them if necessary. But just now, even he didn't manage to react in time. It was fortunate that Lin Mo held back. The water blade struck the wind-chasing fox's body. Had it aimed for the throat, the wind-chasing fox would likely already be a corpse. In that case, he, the instructor, would have been hard-pressed to explain himself. Giving Lin Mo a deep look, Xu Qiming turned to the students. You have all seen the result of the challenge, so Lin Mo will remain the class monitor for the next month. Any objections? The students remained silent. How could they have any objections? If it could be said that Lin Mo had a bit of luck when he first defeated Fu Chengli, then this time it was undoubtedly a crushing show of strength. So, even those who thought Lin Mo cheated his way into the elite class had to admit that his strength was genuinely impressive. It's just that there was one thing they couldn't understand. Lin Mo had clearly been slacking off for the whole month. How exactly did his strength improve? Not just them, but Xu Qiming had the same question. Ever since he noticed Lin Mo's lack of effort, he had been keeping a close eye on him. And his observation was that Lin Mo really had been slacking. In fact, he had already prepared to replace the class monitor before today's challenge started. But the outcome right now, this left him quite confused. However, this wasn't the time to dig deeper. Xu Qiming turned to the students. Since there are no objections, let's begin this month's comprehensive assessment. The assessment consists of 2 parts. The first is to report your pet's training progress, but we will do that later. Let's proceed with the second part now. As he finished speaking, Xu Qiming raised his hand to draw a summoning circle. Soon as the summoning circle took form, a giant wolf with black-grey fur, over 3 meters long and nearly 2 meters tall, appeared before everyone. A woo. The moment the giant wolf appeared, it let out a heaven-shaking howl. Then it gazed down at the students with its emerald green eyes, as if looking at its own prey, radiating a fierce pressure. A mature iron bone wolf. That's a tier 3 ferocious beast. What is Mr. Shu doing? Surely he doesn't want our pets to fight this iron bone wolf. The students couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Lin Mo looked at the iron bone wolf, a hint of expectation appearing in his eyes. The iron bone wolf is only a tier 3 beast, and it already has such presence when mature. His Shobai is a tier 5 beast. What will it look like once it's mature? Don't worry, I'm not going to make you fight my iron bone wolf. Xu Qiming promptly dispelled everyone's concerns. Next, what you need to do is simple. Group up into 5s, and then stand in front of my iron bone wolf, one by one. Hearing this, the students were all a bit confused. They had absolutely no idea what Xu Qiming was planning. However, they still followed the instructions and divided into groups of 5. Then, the first group of 5 controlled their pets and stood before the iron bone wolf. Most of the pets at the first and second stages of infancy are about 30 centimeters long. Standing in front of the 3-meter long, 2-meter tall iron bone wolf, it was like a group of dwarves standing before a giant. The disparity was extreme. Xu Qiming looked at the group. Next, I will have the iron bone wolf release its intimidation skill. Have your pets prepare to resist. The longer you hold out, the better. Is that understood? The group of 5 nodded, having roughly understood the content of this comprehensive assessment. Xu Qiming took out a form and a stopwatch, handing them to Lin Mo. You're the class monitor. You're in charge of recording. Lin Mo took the stopwatch and nodded. Get ready, I'm starting now. Xu Qiming gave a heads up and then issued the order. Iron bone wolf, intimidation. Whoosh. In an instant, an invisible ripple seemed to emanate from the iron bone wolf. The bodies of the 5 pets standing before the iron bone wolf sank simultaneously, and 2 of them almost collapsed to their knees right away. It wasn't just them. The 5 beast tamers behind them didn't look too good either. The moment intimidation was unleashed, they felt as if the air had turned viscous, and an invisible pressure bore down on them, making them feel as though they were carrying 1,000-pound weight. Moreover, as time passed, that pressure seemed to be gradually intensifying. Chirp. An avian pet was the first to succumb. It let out a cry and was pressed down to the ground. Lin Mo immediately pressed the timer button on the stopwatch, his eyes twitching slightly. This avian pet hadn't even lasted 3 seconds. Then, one after another, the remaining 4 collapsed as well. The one that lasted the longest didn't even reach 20 seconds. Xu Qiming showed no reaction to these results, simply signaling for the next group of 5 to take the stage. This group performed about the same as the first. They all collapsed within seconds, and the longest lasting one only held out for 18 seconds. Then came the third group. The longest one lasted 28 seconds. This was the student who had held out the longest so far. Lin Mo made a note of it. This student was named Li Bo, and his pet was a second-stage infant flame armor lizard. The following groups were mostly in the same situation. However, no one could exceed Li Bo's 28 seconds. After recording data for so many groups, Lin Mo made an unexpected discovery. How long a pet lasted didn't seem to correlate with their growth stage. Initially, he thought that the higher the level and aptitude of the pet, the longer it would last. But the table in his hand told him that was not the case at all. In his records, there were 7 or 8 first-stage infant pets that lasted longer than the second-stage ones, and by quite a margin. How is that possible? Lin Mo couldn't quite figure it out. Logically, the higher a pet's growth stage and the better its aptitude, the stronger its resistance to pressure should be. But the reality before his eyes completely shattered that theory. Next group. Xu Qiming's voice interrupted Lin Mo's train of thought. He immediately finished his recording and handed the table and stopwatch to a classmate nearby. Because it was his turn, their group was the final one. However, Since Fu Chengli hadn't returned yet, there were only 4 people in their group. Mo, good luck. Sun Lei stood next to Lin Mo with his iron claw bear. He was in the same group as Lin Mo. Good luck. Lin Mo commanded Xiao Bai to stand across from the iron bone wolf. Get ready, I'm starting now, Su Qiming said, preparing to have the iron bone wolf unleash its skill. Teacher Su, wait a moment. Fu Chengli ran onto the training ground with his Gale Fox. I request to participate in the assessment. By now, the wound on the Gale Fox had completely vanished. The bloodstains had also been cleaned off, and it didn't look like it had ever been injured. The reason for such a fast recovery was entirely due to the medical type beast tamers. In this regard, Blue Star was much more advanced than Earth. At least on Earth, wanting a wound to heal in such a short time was simply impossible. Su Qiming sized up the Gale Fox, confirming the wound was fully healed and wouldn't affect the assessment, before nodding. Fine, have your Gale Fox get ready. Yes. Fu Chengli nodded and walked slowly to Lin Mo's side. Then, under his command, the Gale Fox stopped right next to Xiao Bai. The intention to compete was very obvious. To this, Lin Mo just smiled and said nothing. Get ready, I'm starting now. As Su Qiming finished speaking, he ordered the Iron Bone Wolf, Intimidation. Intimidation, advanced, can use aura to threaten and shock, and can also force creatures much weaker than oneself to submit. Invisible ripples spread outward. Lin Mo felt his body sink instantly, as if an invisible giant hand was pressing down on him, forcing him to submit. At the same time, through their mental link, he clearly sensed that Xiao Bai was bearing the same pressure. And compared to what he was enduring, the pressure on Xiao Bai was clearly greater. Because intimidation's effect on him was mostly physical, while for Xiao Bai, it was a form of mental suppression. Like tidal waves of mental pressure, it kept crashing against Xiao Bai's mental defenses, trying to force it to submit. At this moment, Lin Mo finally understood why the pets that couldn't hold out had all ended up collapsing. That was an act of submission and showing weakness. At the same time, he understood what this assessment was testing. Willpower. The pet's willpower! For beast tamers and their pets, it is impossible that every opponent encountered will be weaker than themselves. So what do you do when you meet an opponent stronger than you? Turn and run? Or meet the challenge head-on? Of course, turning to run in certain situations is not an unwise choice. But at the very least, when it is necessary to face the challenge, the pet cannot fail. And willpower is the key that determines whether a pet dares to meet the challenge head-on. Therefore, in some respects, a pet's willpower is even more important than aptitude and level. Having understood this, Lin Mo gave up the idea of using his thoughts to cheer Xiao Bai on. He wanted to see just how long Xiao Bai could hold out, entirely on its own. As thoughts raced through Lin Mo's mind, time was slipping away second by second. At the 10-second mark, one of the student's pet beasts collapsed. At 12 seconds, another student's pet beast went down as well. Of the 5-person group, only Sun Lei, Fu Chengli, and Lin Mo remained. At 20 seconds, Sun Lei's iron-clawed bear began to sway, teetering on the verge of falling. Fu Chengli's wine-startled fox also let out a restless, soft cry, seemingly expressing its pain. Through their mental link, Lin Mo sensed that Xiao Bai's willpower was pushed to its limit. The iron-boned wolf's intimidation rolled over them like a tide, crashing against the fortress of willpower Xiao Bai had built. Each wave made Xiao Bai's wall more and more fragile, and Xiao Bai had to constantly drain its own mental energy to reinforce the crumbling wall. It was a process of both agony and torment. If the pet beast had even the slightest thought of giving up, the wall of willpower would collapse in an instant. At this moment, if the beast master could offer encouragement from the sidelines, it would certainly have an effect on the pet. But Lin Mo didn't want to do that. Right now, he didn't care how long Xiao Bai could hold on. He only wanted to know how far Xiao Bai could go, relying entirely on its own strength. At 26 seconds, Sun Lei's iron cord bear collapsed. This performance was second only to Li Bo, who had held on for 28 seconds. Fu Chengli's wine-startled fox was also teetering at this point, its legs trembling, appearing ready to collapse at any second. Even Fu Chengli himself had sweat breaking out on his forehead. Clearly, he was using his thoughts to constantly encourage the fox, wanting it to hold out longer. Lin Mo's Xiaobai had its legs shaking too. But compared to Fu Chengli, Lin Mo's expression was much calmer. 30 seconds, 35 seconds. The two teetering pet beasts were still holding on. The surrounding students watched the scene with complex expressions. They had just experienced the intimidation themselves, so they knew exactly how incredible it was for the two beasts to last this long. Especially those whose pets had collapsed in 3 or 5 seconds. They looked at the wind-startled fox and Xiaobai in utter awe and admiration. Even Su Qiming was shocked at this point. You have to realize that his iron-boned wolf was a Tier 3 beast in its mature stage. Having it use its intimidation on a group of fledgling pets is like a strong adult holding a machete to scare a group of toddlers who just learned to walk. The intimidation factor is self-evident. So in his view, it was perfectly normal for those who gave up in 3 to 5 seconds to collapse. After all, the gap between the two sides was far too wide. And that is why the performance of the phantom tiger and the wind-startled fox was so abnormal. Two children who had just learned to walk were standing their ground against a strong adult with a machete. And they hadn't surrendered even after more than 30 seconds. How could Su Qiming not be shocked? At 40 seconds, the wind-startled fox finally couldn't hold on anymore, its legs giving way, and it collapsed. Fu Chengli, covered in sweat, looked at the still composed Lin Mo and let out a helpless sigh. Having lost the direct combat to Lin Mo, he had hoped to redeem himself in terms of willpower. But who would have thought he'd still lose? He picked up his wine-startled fox and silently stepped back. He wanted to see just how far Lin Mo could push it. Not just him, the other students were also staring at Xiaobai without blinking. They too were desperate to know how long Xiaobai could hold out. At 45 seconds, Xiaobai's body twitched and its legs showed clear signs of bending. But just as everyone thought Xiaobai was about to collapse, its trembling legs slowly straightened out again. Hiss. This scene made all the students gasp in unison. After holding on for this long, Xiaobai should have reached its limit, both physically and mentally. Yet under these circumstances, it actually stood back up after its legs had buckled. That kind of willpower is terrifying. But only Lin Mo knew what Xiaobai was going through right now. Its mental spirit was already on the verge of collapse under the relentless waves of intimidation. The feeling of its willpower being shredded apart left Xiaobai with a splitting headache. At the same time, the pain of constantly draining its own spirit felt like steel needles piercing its brain. The double agony and torment were enough to make Lin Mo shudder just by sensing it through their mental bond. 46 seconds. 47 seconds. 48 seconds. Every second felt like an eternity to Lin Mo, because he could clearly feel how much pain Xiaobai was in. He even considered whether he should let Xiaobai give up. But as soon as the thought crossed his mind, he dismissed it. Xiaobai, as a beast, hadn't given up yet. As a beastmaster, even if he couldn't cheer it on, he must not hold it back. That could potentially have a permanently negative impact on Xiaobai. 50 seconds. 52 seconds. Time kept passing. The pain continued to accumulate. "Come on, little guy, you have to hold on," Fu Chengli whispered to himself. At first, he just wanted to win against Lin Mo. After losing, he wanted to see how far Xiaobai could really go. But now, he sincerely hoped that Xiaobai would keep holding on. Because the willpower and tenacity Xiaobai displayed had deeply impressed him. He didn't regret losing to such a beast. 55 seconds. 56 seconds. Xiaobai's body suddenly trembled slightly, then it slumped to the ground, falling straight down. Why didn't it collapse normally, but instead just dropped like that? Yeah, why was it different from what happened to us? The slight anomaly made the students start whispering among themselves. Because it didn't just collapse, it passed out. Xu Qiming signaled for the iron-boned wolf to stop the intimidation, then looked at the crowd. This phantom tiger, even after fainting, still never surrendered. These words instantly made the entire training ground go quiet. A group of people watched Xiao Bai on the ground with expressions of shock and disbelief. Even though it was unconscious, Xiao Bai's limbs remained straight and taut. How much willpower and firm conviction must it have taken to do that? Xu Qiming looked at Lin Mo. This little guy is quite something. Make sure to train it well. Lin Mo nodded and quickly recalled Xiao Bai into the beast space. Xiao Bai needed a good sleep now. Seeing this, Xu Qiming took a look at Lin Mo with a complex expression. How on earth did this guy train a beast like that? It is no wonder that Xu Qiming would have such a thought. The strength of a pet's willpower is divided into many levels. But for a pet in its infant stage, its willpower is largely influenced by its beastmaster. In other words, the reason Xiao Bai's willpower is so strong is actually largely due to Lin Mo. The moment a beastmaster signs a contract with a pet, a spiritual connection is established between the two. From that moment on, every move and every word of the beastmaster will have an impact on the pet. This is a subtle and unconscious influence. The beastmaster might not even be aware of it, but this influence is real. In other words, Xiao Bai's willpower is so resilient because it was influenced by Lin Mo's daily behavior and demeanor. And this also shows that Lin Mo himself is a person of strong will. It is just hard for Xu Qiming to imagine how resilient Lin Mo's will must be to allow Xiao Bai to have such an amazing performance just now. Perhaps I should report Lin Mo's situation to the principal. Thoughts were racing through Xu Qiming's mind. In 1 month, he trained his pet from infant stage level 1 to level 3, and even raised his skill proficiency to the beginner level. At the same time, the pet's willpower was astonishing. It didn't give up even when it fainted. In all the years he has been leading the elite class, this is the first time he has encountered such a stunning performance. With that thought, Xu Qiming looked at the students. This evaluation session ends here. Now, everyone come to me in order to report the progress of your pet's training. Remember, you must report truthfully. If anyone is caught lying, they will be sent back to their original class immediately. Lin Mo, you handle the recording again. He took out another form and handed it to Lin Mo. Then the students began to report in turns. Mei Yuyao, infant stage level 2, skill proficiency, not yet entered. Wang Peng, infant stage level 1, skill proficiency, not yet entered. Lai Xiaoning, infant stage level 2, skill proficiency, not yet entered. Sun Lei, infant stage level 2, skill proficiency, beginner. Li Bo, infant stage level 2, skill proficiency, not yet entered. Fu Chengli, infant stage level 2, skill proficiency, beginner. Lin Mo, infant stage level 3, skill proficiency, beginner. All 55 students in the class have finished reporting. The vast majority of their pets have been trained to infant stage level 2. However, there is still a difference between one infant stage level 2 and another. Some have just entered level 2, while others are already close to level 3. For example, Sun Lei and Fu Chengli. As for those reaching infant stage level 3, Lin Mo is the only one in the whole class. Then there is the pet skill proficiency. Most people are still in the not yet entered state, and those who reached the beginner level only account for about 1/3 of the class. This ratio might not seem high, but it is actually quite good. Because normally, to get a pet in the infant stage to reach beginner proficiency in a skill, it takes at least 3 months of hard work. It is only because the students in the elite class have relatively high innate talent that 1/3 of them were able to reach the beginner level. If it were a normal class, I am afraid that after a month, not even one person would be able to reach that level. Now the overall results of the comprehensive evaluation are out. Holding the two forms, Xu Qiming announced loudly. The top-ranking student in the elite class this month is Lin Mo, followed by Fu Chengli and Sun Lei in second and third place. According to the school regulations, all three of you will receive rewards. Come find me tomorrow when you get to school to collect them. Upon hearing this, the other students looked at the three with envy. Although they don't know what the reward is, one thing is certain, it will definitely not be bad. At the same time, Xu Qiming turned to another student. Wang Peng, starting tomorrow, you go back to your original class to continue training. Hearing this, the student named Wang Peng blushed deeply and lowered his head. Being sent back to his original class meant that his training performance this month was the worst. This is truly embarrassing. You don't need to feel embarrassed. Xu Qiming said, 1 month's performance doesn't mean everything. Train hard after you go back, and if you can pass the transfer challenge, you can still return to the elite class. Thank you, teacher. Wang Peng packed up his pet and turned to leave. But whether it was him or the other students in the elite class, they all knew. It will be very difficult for him to come back. With all the benefits provided in the elite class, his training results were still unsatisfactory. Returning to a normal class to get better results would be even less likely. Students. Looking at the students, Xu Qiming said earnestly, elimination is cruel, but this is reality. If you don't work hard yourselves, no one can help you. There are only 2 months left until the entrance exam for the higher Beastmaster academies. I hope you can all pull yourselves together and train hard, because this will very likely determine your fate. Alright, I won't say more nonsense. Training ends here for today. Lin Mo, stay behind. Everyone else is dismissed. Immediately the students dispersed. Lin Mo walked up to Xu Qiming and asked, Teacher Xu, is there something? Xu Qiming pondered for a moment and said, I want to ask you a few questions, but they might be a bit offensive. If you don't want to answer, you can refuse. Please, go ahead. Lin Mo could probably guess what Xu Qiming wanted to ask, but he still agreed. I'll get straight to the point. Xu Qiming asked, do you have a special method for training your pet? Lin Mo admitted directly yes. Xiaobai's growth rate is clearly abnormal compared to other pets. If he denied it, it would clearly be a lie. And he didn't want to deny it either. Because if all goes well, his future performance will be even more dazzling. Admitting it now serves as a setup for what is to come. Xu Qiming's eyes lit up, and he asked again, then are you willing to share your training method? Of course, the school will definitely provide you with generous compensation. Based on Lin Mo's training results, if his method were popularized, it would definitely make Chuaning No, one high school shine in this year's higher academy entrance exam. Sorry, Teacher Chu. Lin Mo shook his head. It's not that I don't want to share, but my method is not universal. Others cannot use it. Xu Qiming was slightly stunned, then reacted. Is it related to your Beastmaster talent? Lin Mo nodded. Understood. Xu Qiming looked at Lin Mo. I remember you have an F-rank talent, right? Yes, Lin Mo nodded again. This answer, however, left Xu Qiming in deep thought. Generally speaking, the effect of an F-rank talent is extremely limited. For example, Sun Lei's power boost talent. An F-rank power boost has a 10% effect. An E-rank power boost has a 50% effect. A D-rank power boost has a 100% effect. For the same talent, the effect varies drastically due to the rank. So logically speaking, even if Lin Mo's talent could improve training results, its effect should be extremely limited. This is why he asked Lin Mo if he had a special training method, because he had never imagined that Lin Mo's training results were due to his talent. The fact is, Lin Mo's training results were indeed because of his talent, and the effect of this talent is not just good, it's exceptional. This is clearly against common sense. A moment later, Xu Qiming came back to his senses. All right, I see. You go back too, but don't be complacent. You still can't slack off on training. Lin Mo nodded, turned and left. And Xu Qiming hurried toward the principal's office. He had to report Lin Mo's situation to the principal.
Chuaning No, 1 High School. The principal's office. To raise a pet beast from juvenile stage 1 to juvenile stage 3 in just 1 month. And even improved its skill proficiency to the entry level. The beast's willpower is astonishing. It withstood the deterrence effect and didn't give in until it fainted. This is certainly not something an F-tier talent could achieve. Principal Dong Yoking was a bit surprised after hearing Xu Qiming's report. You said this student's name is Lin Mo? Yes, Xu Qiming nodded. Then we have to add one more point. Dong Yoking said. He is the only student in years to have passed the class transfer challenge. Xu Qiming said, honestly, knowing he won the challenge by using stealth to stall for time, I just thought he was smart and had combat talent. But I didn't hold high expectations for his performance in the elite class. After all, with an F-tier talent, his foundation is just too weak. But the results of this comprehensive assessment really scared me. I've led so many elite classes, and it's rare to see a student perform as stunningly as Lin Mo. Dong Yoking looked at Xu Qiming. Tell me your thoughts. Xu Qiming said, I think we should list Lin Mo as this year's top prospect and provide him with the maximum possible resource support. The so-called top prospect was their private term for it. It essentially means selecting the best student of the current year and putting all efforts into cultivating them. This practice is a long-standing tradition in Chuaning City. Not just Chuaning, no. 1 other high schools in the city do the same. And there is only one goal, to compete for the city top scorer. For a high school, the benefits of producing a top scorer in the admissions for higher Beastmaster academies are self-evident. Therefore, this city top scorer spot has always been the focus of competition among various schools in Chuaning. Top prospect, Dong Yoking tapped his fingers lightly on the desk. Are you sure Lin Mo is worth it? Xu Qiming said without hesitation, he is. Dong Yoking said, I remember there are still 2 D-tier talent students in the elite class, right? Xu Qiming said, if I have to choose between them and Lin Mo, I still think Lin Mo is more suitable. Dong Yoking pondered for a moment, then do as you said, designate Lin Mo as this year's top prospect. Make me the top prospect, and give me maximum resource support. The next day, as soon as Lin Mo arrived at school, he was called to the office by Xu Qiming. Then Xu Qiming told him the school's decision. This took him completely by surprise. He had thought the school might pay more attention to him after he got first place last month, but he didn't expect the school to be this bold. Yes, it's been decided, Xu Qiming said. From now on, whatever resources you need, just tell me directly, and the school will do everything in its power to get them for you. Then what if I don't become the top scorer? Lin Mo asked. The school won't make me return these resources, right? Xu Qiming laughed. You can rest assured about that. Although the school really hopes you can become the top scorer, we know there are too many uncontrollable factors in these things. So, just do your best. I will definitely give it my all, Lin Mo said. Actually, he also really wants to become the top scorer. According to what he knows, last year's city top scorer received 1 million from the school and 3 million from the Chuaning city authorities. If he can become the top scorer, he could pay off his debt to the little rich girl all at once. Alright, now you can tell me, what resources do you need? Xu Qiming said, we don't need to talk about beast feed. The school will provide you with the best available on the market later. Tell me what other resources you need. This, Lin Mo said a bit embarrassedly. Aside from beast feed, I don't really know what else I need. With the best beast feed on the market and fast growth, he really doesn't know what else he could ask for his pet. Xu Qiming expressed his understanding. That's normal, as you haven't reached that part in your studies yet. How about this? I'll give you a brief explanation, and then you'll know what you're missing. Okay, Lin Mo listened attentively. Xu Qiming gathered his thoughts and said, cultivating a pet is a systematic and complex project. At your current stage, besides paying attention to your pet's growth speed, you also need to pay attention to its growth quality. You definitely understand growth speed. If I'm not mistaken, what you're feeding your ghost tiger is speed-enhancing beast feed, right? Lin Mo nodded. Xu Qiming continued. Then you should know that there is a limit to a pet's growth speed. For instance, with your ghost tiger, even with the best feed on the market, you can only achieve 1.4 times the growth rate. This is the upper limit of growth speed I'm talking about. Its maximum growth rate can only go so fast. Perhaps there are other ways to go faster, but that's not something achievable here in Chuaning. So, here's the question. If someone else has a pet just like yours, with the same growth speed, how can you become stronger than them? Lin Mo realized, by improving the pet's growth quality? Exactly. Xu Qiming said, generally, when we analyze a pet's combat strength, we usually look at three aspects: its level, aptitude, and skill proficiency. And growth quality, simply put, means making a pet stronger when it's at the same level, with the same aptitude and same skill proficiency. Therefore, with the growth speed already reaching its limit, improving its growth quality is your best choice. Lin Mo nodded. I understand, but I have one more question. Go away. Lin Mo asked, if growth speed and growth quality cannot be balanced, which has higher priority? A flash of surprise appeared in Xu Qiming's eyes. I didn't expect you to think of this so quickly. That's a great question, because it's something that troubles many beastmasters. As for the answer, I can only say, different people have different views. Because the advantage of growth quality can only be realized when the pets of both combatants are at the same level, same aptitude, and same skill proficiency. To put it more crudely, growth quality makes you invincible among the same level, but only among the same level. If there's too large a gap between both parties in terms of level, aptitude, and skill proficiency, then it doesn't matter how high your growth quality is. However, one thing is certain. If your pet is always invincible at its level, then when you reach the very peak, you will definitely be invincible too. But that's hard, very hard. To keep a pet invincible at its level requires massive resources, which is something most people simply cannot afford. So, how to choose between the two must be decided by the Beastmaster based on their own circumstances, as everyone's situation is different. As for you, you should know what to choose now, right? Lin Mo couldn't help but smile. With the school, this big financier, backing him up, of course he chooses both. He immediately asked, Teacher Chu, do you have any suggestions for the resources I need? He didn't know much about resources. After all, he used to be poor, and even if he knew about them, he couldn't afford them, so he didn't bother learning. Xu Qiming thought for a moment and said, Your ghost tiger is a water type, and its innate skills are stealth and water blade. I suggest you choose water type water spirit stones and shadow type shadow stones. Both of these, the former can increase the ghost tiger's affinity with water elements, which is great for water blade, and the latter makes the effect of stealth better. These are currently the two resources that will provide you with the biggest boost. Lin Mo smiled, then I'll take those two. Sorry for the trouble, Teacher Chu. Xu Qiming was highly efficient. By the next day, he had already handed Lin Mo enough water spirit stones and shadow stones for 2 months of use. Along with those, he gave him the reward for taking first place last month, a bank card containing 300,000 Chinese yuan. Normally, the school issued rewards to students in the form of resources, not cash. But since Lin Mo was now the top seed and all his resources were provided by the school, Xu Qiming simply converted his reward into money. This could be considered special treatment for the top seed. Including this 300,000, Lin Mo now had over 2.3 million in his account. With this money in hand, he headed straight for the Daxia Mall. Xiao Bai's resources were all provided by the school, so he wouldn't need to spend a penny on it for the next 2 months. However, he still had to raise the Xuanwu himself. He didn't know about the concept of growth quality before, but now that he did, he naturally couldn't treat one better than the other. Therefore, he planned to buy some resources for the Xuanwu as well to improve its growth quality. He had done some research before coming. The resources that can improve the growth quality of space-type pets are called space spirit stones. However, besides the space spirit stones, he also planned to buy some earth spirit stones to improve its defensive capabilities. After all, the Xuanwu is a turtle, and has the low-level defensive skill turtle shell retraction, so boosting its defense wouldn't hurt. Half an hour later, Lin Mo left the Daxia Mall with a look of agony on his face. 2 months of food cost 280,000, space spirit stones cost 1.1 million, and earth spirit stones cost 600,000. Now, he only had a little over 300,000 left in his account. This made him sigh from the bottom of his heart. Once again, being a beastmaster is damn expensive. In addition, he also took the opportunity to ask about the price of the water spirit stones and shadow stones. A 2-month supply would cost a total of 1.4 million. Even with the school's special procurement channels, the price would still likely be over 1 million. Add to that the beast feed that accelerates growth by 1.4 times for 2 months, and it would easily cost another 1 million. This made him fully realize the weight of his identity as the top seed. The school was truly sparing no expense for him. Back home, he immediately had Xiaobai enter training mode. As for resources like water spirit stones and shadow stones, the usage method was simple. He just needed to hold them while meditating. A beastmaster's meditation has one main purpose: to level up their beast space. As a pet continues to grow, its requirements for the beast space become increasingly high. If the upgrade speed of the beast space cannot keep up with the pet's growth, it will not only affect the pet's loyalty, but may also slow down its growth speed. Therefore, meditation is a daily task that every beastmaster must complete. Lin Mo had hardly meditated before, because his beast space didn't need to be upgraded in the short term. But now, in order to transfer the energy from the 4 types of spirit stones into the beast space for his pets to absorb, he had to engage in long hours of meditation every day. The process was tedious, but it was very beneficial for improving his mental power. Meanwhile, the training at school continued. Entering the 2nd month, the training content for the elite class was still focused on improving pet skill proficiency. After all, given that pet growth speed is limited and their potential is difficult to change, improving skill proficiency is the best way to enhance strength. However, the training content was still somewhat different from the 1st month. Xu Qiming had formulated tailored training plans based on each student's actual situation. Those whose skill release speed was not fast enough focused on speed. Those whose skill power was too weak focused on strengthening power. Therefore, even though everyone was training skill proficiency, the actual content of their training varied. As for Lin Mo, in everyone's eyes he was being even more lazy. Last month, they could still occasionally see Xiaobai appearing on the training ground. But this month they hardly ever saw Xiaobai at all. Only this time, no one really thought Lin Mo was slacking off. And the facts proved that to be true. The 10th day of the 2nd month. That is the 40th day since Lin Mo joined the elite class. Xiaobai leveled up once again. From the 3rd stage of the juvenile phase to the 4th. At this point, Xiaobai was as big as a border collie, with a majestic wang mark on its forehead, looking like a little tiger king with every move it made. At the same time, because Lin Mo had absorbed quite a few shadow stones, the inherent translucency of Xiaobai became even more pronounced. Especially when in the woods, it was hard to notice its existence without looking closely. As for the skill water blade, its proficiency was still at the entry level. But thanks to the water spirit stones, both its cohesion speed and power had significantly improved. This made Lin Mo fully understand the importance of growth quality. Then that evening, the Xuanwu also leveled up. From the 4th stage of the juvenile phase to the 5th. At the same time, its potential improved once again, from bronze intermediate to bronze advanced. Lin Mo was naturally overjoyed by such a change. Bronze advanced potential was already higher than the pets of most people in the ordinary class. Even in the elite class it was quite impressive. So, the green armored turtle, even setting aside its space attribute, could now be considered a pretty good pet. After the upgrade, the Xuanwu grew in size again, with its shell reaching a diameter of 1 meter. The area of the space inside its body doubled, becoming 8 square meters, and the height increased from the original 2 meters to 2.5 meters. With a space like this, if you put a bed in it, it would be a mobile bedroom. But there was no need for that right now, so Lin Mo didn't do it. His current priority was to work hard on improving Xiao Bai's skill proficiency. Lai Shu had told him before that the last student admitted to Qingyuan Academy last year had a pet at the 6th stage of the juvenile phase and a skill proficiency at the skilled level during the exam. Looking at Xiao Bai's current growth speed, reaching the 6th stage before the exam shouldn't be difficult. But achieving skilled level proficiency seemed a bit challenging. Therefore, he really didn't dare to slack off at all now. At the same time, he was a bit curious. What kind of monsters are the students who get into Qingyuan Academy? With his god-level beast space being so overpowered, even he felt it was a struggle to get into Qingyuan. How strong must their talents be to get into Qingyuan easily? If someone said those people had talents stronger than his, he wouldn't believe it for a second. After all, he possessed a god-level talent that had never been seen before on Blue Star. However, upon a second thought, Lin Mo understood. It wasn't that their talents were better than his, but that they had access to better resources. Qingyuan Academy is one of the top 30 academies in China. The students inside, even if not the absolute best in China, are second best. Students of this caliber often come from major cities. Xu Qiming had mentioned before that apart from beast feed that accelerates growth, there were other ways to speed up a pet's growth, but they weren't available here in Chuaning. After all, Chuaning was just a small city, unable to compare to big cities in many aspects. Therefore, it was not surprising that the pets of students who got into Qingyuan grew so quickly. Because they had resources and technical advantages that he could hardly catch up to. But because of this, he had to work even harder. Because regional gaps were something he couldn't just erase. So the only thing he could do now was to give it his all. The 25th day of the second month. It was also the 55th day since Lin Mo joined the elite class. Xuanwu leveled up again. It went from the 5th stage of the infant phase to the 6th stage. This level up was somewhat unexpected for Lin Mo. Because apart from the last time, in all previous upgrades, Xuanwu had always leveled up after Xiao Bai. Now, Xiao Bai hasn't leveled up yet, but Xuanwu actually did it first. However, thinking about the fact that Xuanwu was using beast feed with a 2x acceleration effect, plus its aptitude had greatly improved recently, he felt relieved. The growth speed of a pet beast is related to many factors such as level, aptitude, and species. Simply put, the higher the species rank of a pet beast, the slower it levels up. For pet beasts of the same species, the higher the growth level, the slower the leveling speed. For the same species and the same growth level, the lower the aptitude, the slower the leveling speed. It must be emphasized here that species rank and growth level are two different concepts. Let me give you the simplest example. A cub of a divine beast is a divine beast by birth, but when it is just born, its strength may not even be as good as a 5th-tier fierce beast. Species rank refers more to bloodline, the growth potential of the species, and its starting attributes. And growth level, from certain aspects, refers to its strength. But both use the same ranking system. From low to high, there are 9 tiers, and each tier is divided into low, medium, and high grades. Take Lin Mo's Xiaobai for example. Species rank 5th tier high grade. Growth level, infant phase stage 4, which is less than the 1st tier. Also, it's worth mentioning that a pet beast's species rank does not represent its growth ceiling. Xiaobai, with a species rank of 5th tier high grade, has the potential to exceed the 5th tier in strength. In summary, it is normal for Xuanwu's growth speed to gradually surpass Xiaobai's. After all, its species rank is only 1st tier low grade, which is much lower than Xiaobai's. The lower the species rank, the faster the leveling speed. It used to level up slowly because its aptitude was too low, but now with the gradual improvement of its aptitude, its leveling speed has also started to accelerate. And this made Lin Mo think of a question. What was the aptitude of the pet beast owned by the last person admitted to Qingyuan Academy last year? Lai Shu only told him that the guy's pet beast was at the 6th stage of the infant phase, and its skill proficiency was skilled, but she didn't tell him its aptitude. If that guy's pet's aptitude wasn't high, then the 6th stage of the infant phase didn't seem as exaggerated as he thought. After all, there is still a month and a half until the exam, and his Xuanwu is already at the 6th stage of the infant phase. And looking at this growth speed, it is even possible to reach the 8th stage of the infant phase before the exam. Thinking about it this way, Lin Mo felt much less pressure. However, he still dared not slack off. After all, the 6th stage of the infant phase with skilled proficiency was only the last place from last year. And his goal is not just the last place. The 60th day since joining the elite class. The day of the second comprehensive assessment arrived. But this time, Xiaobai just stood there without doing anything and locked in the first place directly. Because just last night, Xiaobai's growth level reached the 5th stage of the infant phase. At this time, Fu Chengli, who had the fastest pet training progress in the class, had a Gale Fox that was only at the 3rd stage of the infant phase. Lin Mo took the lead with a massive, tear-breaking advantage. This result stunned all the members of the elite class. One by one, they looked at Lin Mo with expressions like they were looking at a monster. Infant phase stage 5. To them, this was simply inconceivable. Did Lin Mo feed his pet a catalyst? Xu Qiming, the instructor, was also shocked. He knew a thing or two about ghost tigers. For a pet with a 5th-tier high-grade species rank, even using beast feed with a 1.4x acceleration effect, it is impossible for its growth speed to be this fast. Therefore, after the intense shock, he immediately understood that this must be the merit of Lin Mo's beast-taming talent. An F-level talent, yet the effect is far beyond F-level. How on earth is this happening? Xu Qiming couldn't figure it out. However, this also confirmed one thing to him. Choosing Lin Mo as this year's top seed was truly a very correct decision. Then, ignoring the astonished gazes of everyone, he took Lin Mo directly to the principal's office. Go to Xiaolin Mountain for practical combat training. Dong Yaoqing heard Xu Qiming's words and asked, pleasantly surprised, is Lin Mo's strength already that powerful? Xu Qiming nodded. He has a lead with a tier-breaking growth level. Training battles between students are meaningless now. According to the normal training plan, starting tomorrow, the elite class would begin practical combat training. The content of the training was for the students' pets to fight each other to increase combat experience. But Lin Mo's strength was too great. Probably no one in the elite class could withstand a single blow from Xiaobai. That is why he suggested sending Lin Mo to Xiaolin Mountain. Xiaolin Mountain is a small mountain in the suburbs of Channing City. After official forces cleared out the high-level fierce beasts, they utilized the natural environment and geographical advantages there to build a natural training base. The base has pets of all growth stages. It is definitely the best place for exercising practical combat skills. Good, 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 Dong Yaoqing said excitedly 3 times in a row. Go back and prepare. I'll call to apply for a slot right now. Barring any accidents, you can go there tomorrow. The training base is managed directly by Channing official authorities. Anyone who is not official personnel must apply in advance to enter for training. Okay. Xu Qiming left the principal's office with Lin Mo and then asked, do you know what to prepare? Lin Mo shook his head. He had only heard of the Xiaolin Mountain training base, but didn't know the specifics. Xu Qiming said, although the Xiaolin Mountain training base is called a base, it is a purely natural wild environment. Except for the necessary supplies, medical facilities, and infrastructure within the base, there is nothing there. So once you arrive, you will be living a life of sleeping in the open. You must prepare everything needed for survival in the wild. Lin Mo nodded and asked, am I going to stay there for a month? Xu Qiming smiled. Of course, it would be best if you could stay for a month, but in my experience, it would already be amazing if you could stay there, For 10 or 15 days. Lin Mo was stunned, not quite understanding. Xu Qiming explained, "Don't underestimate the phrase living in the open. For you kids who grew up in the city, life in the wild is not that easy. As far as I know, the longest record for a high school student training at the Xiaolin Mountain base is 18 days. If you can break this record, the base will have a big prize for you." Lin Mo nodded and didn't say anything more. It was just that a smile couldn't help but appear at the corner of his mouth. With the internal space in his body, he felt that this big prize was basically a sure thing for him. Poison-type fierce beast, the black-bellied snake. Leave school. Lin Mo went to the Daxia Mall again. Normal wilderness survival requires a lot of preparation. And he needed to prepare even more. Because he was going to set up a home in the wilderness. A bed and bedding, cooking utensils, tableware, seasonings, a month's worth of food and water, daily necessities, wilderness survival essentials, and some common basic medicines. It cost 30,000 in total, and a simple home was all set up. Early the next morning, Lin Mo arrived at school on time. Xu Qiming looked at Lin Mo, who had empty hands, and was stunned for a moment. "Why don't you even have a backpack? Are you sure you've prepared everything you need?" Although items can be stored in the beast-taming space, both putting things in and taking them out require drawing a magic circle to open the door. So for convenience, beast tamers usually carry a backpack when going into the wild to hold items they might need at any time. Everything is ready. Lin Mo thought about the arrangement inside the Xuanwu's body space and confirmed that he hadn't missed anything. As for a backpack, he has instant summoning, so whether taking things out or putting them in, it only takes a single thought, so he doesn't need one at all. Fine. Anyway, if you are not prepared, you will be the one to suffer. Xu Qiming took Lin Mo directly to the special vehicle prepared by the school. On the way, he continued to introduce the situation of the base to Lin Mo. Xiaolin Mountain Base has a supply station. If you are missing anything later, you can go there to restock, but the prices will be higher than the market rate. Also, you must remember that for trainees like you can only go to the supply station once every 7 days, and you cannot stay for more than 2 hours each time. Otherwise, your accumulated stay time will be reset to 0. Lin Mo understood. In other words, if I want to break the record for the duration of stay, I absolutely cannot violate this rule. That is right, Xu Qiming said. In addition, the base has an infirmary. If you get injured, you can go there for treatment, but similarly, once you enter the infirmary, your previous stay time will also be reset to 0. Lin Mo understood a bit why the longest record for a high school senior was only 18 days. These conditions are quite harsh. There is another very important point. Xu Qiming said, the fierce beasts in the Xiaolin Mountain training base are distributed in order from weak to strong. The deeper you go into the mount, the stronger the beasts. If you feel the strain during a battle, retreat to the outskirts immediately. This is a very effective way to relieve pressure and ensure your safety. Understood, Lin Mo nodded. 2 hours later, the car stopped at the gate of the training base. As Xu Qiming said, the environment here is really primitive. Except for a few rows of man-made wooden houses, all he could see was green vegetation and lush mountains covered in greenery. Xu Qiming took Lin Mo to complete the entry procedures for the base. Then Lin Mo received a button-sized tracker. Do not put this tracker into your beast-taming space, or the base will not be able to locate your position signal. Xu Qiming continued to explain. Also, if you encounter danger, you can call for help through the tracker, and the base's patrols will rush over as quickly as possible. But if I call for help, my accumulated stay time will be reset to 0, right? Lin Mo answered quickly. Xu Qiming smiled. Good that you know. But remember, under no circumstances should you put yourself in danger just to break the duration record. That is counterproductive, understand? Understood, then I am going in. Lin Mo bid farewell to Xu Qiming and walked into the mountains alone. Training here cannot be accompanied by anyone, otherwise the stay time is invalid. and if there is someone nearby to protect you, the training effect will be greatly reduced. Entered the mountain. Due to the shade of the trees, the light became noticeably dimmer, and the temperature was lower than at the foot of the mountain. Except for the towering trees, the shrubs and vegetation in the forest were also extremely dense, and there was almost no path under his feet. Lin Mo had to use a mountain machete to keep clearing the way so he could move forward smoothly. Snakes, insects, rats, and ants in the forest were startled, making strange noises from time to time, which was a bit creepy. This lousy place. After advancing about 500 meters, Lin Mo stopped to catch his breath, then tightened the collar of his protective suit and took out insect repellent spray to spray on himself. These were all preparations he made before coming. He thought it was enough, but now it seems it was barely sufficient. Then he looked at Little White following him. The little guy was quite comfortable at this moment, jumping left and right in the woods, much like a tiger in the forest, completely in its element. Let's go, let's see what your first opponent will be. Lin Mo beckoned to Little White and continued to move forward. This time, after walking about 300 meters, Little White in front suddenly stopped and let out a low hiss in one direction. Lin Mo's footsteps paused, and his eyes followed the direction of Little White's hiss. On a large tree about 5 or 6 meters away from them, a black-green venomous snake, about 2 meters long and as thick as an adult's arm, with a triangular head, was coiled on a branch, flicking its tongue at them silently. Lin Mo immediately recognized this fierce beast. Name: black-bellied snake. Attribute: qualification: bronze intermediate. Race rank: tier 3 intermediate. Talent: skills: venom spray intermediate, constriction intermediate. Growth rank: juvenile stage 4. The growth level is 1 level lower than Little White, but it is a poison-type beast. Lin Mo dared not be careless. Poison attributes are quite troublesome, because this thing can ignore level gaps. Simply put, a tier 1 low-level poison-type pet, if its attack succeeds, can poison a tier 9 high-level pet. Although it may not kill it, it will definitely have a negative effect on the tier 9 pet. Of course, this is just an example. Normally, a tier 1 pet would have no chance to attack in front of a tier 9 pet. But for Lin Mo right now, once Little White is poisoned, they must go to the infirmary. So the moment he saw the snake, Lin Mo took action without hesitation. Little White's stealth. The moment the order was given, a ripple seemed to appear around Little White, and it vanished into thin air. The black-bellied snake on the tree was originally confronting Little White. Little White's sudden disappearance obviously stunned it for a moment. But immediately it turned its head to look in Lin Mo's direction. That little tiger is gone, so it can attack this human instead. But just as the black-bellied snake looked at Lin Mo, a water blade appeared out of thin air in the void, behind the left side of the black-bellied snake. Just as the water blade appeared, Xiaobai's figure also manifested at that very spot. The black-bellied snake was sharp-sensed, immediately detecting Xiaobai's presence and turning its head to look. But it was met by a rapidly approaching water blade. Hiss. The black-bellied snake let out a panicked hiss, instinctively trying to dodge. However, the water blade was simply too fast. Plus, this move was intended to take the target by surprise. Before it could even make a dodging maneuver, the water blade had arrived. Swish. Under Xiaobai's control, the water blade landed precisely on the black-bellied snake's neck. With a soft sound, the black-bellied snake's triangular head was sent flying. Its 2-meter-long body twitched rapidly a few times before falling from the branch to the ground. Good job, Xiaobai. Lin Mo gave Xiaobai a thumbs up. This skirmish was Xiaobai's first real battle in every sense. Its performance was nothing short of perfect. Then, he walked up slowly and stored both the head and body of the black-bellied snake into his beast space. Materials from ferocious beasts can be sold for money, and some rare materials are worth a fortune. Therefore, for the vast majority of beastmasters, killing beasts and selling their parts is their primary source of income. Lin Mo roughly estimated that if he sold all the materials from this black-bellied snake, it should fetch around 100,000. It's not easy finally seeing some return. Lin Mo felt quite emotional. Since awakening his beast-taming talent, he had spent about 3 million in total. But aside from school rewards, this was his first time actually earning money. While 100,000 isn't a lot, in Chuaning, it's roughly equivalent to a year's income for an office worker. And he had done it in less than half a minute just now. This earning efficiency is actually quite high. With that thought, he and Xiaobai quickly left the area. The blood from the black-bellied snake had a strong, fishy stench that could likely attract nearby beasts. He didn't have the capability to handle multiple opponents yet. He walked about another 500 meters ahead. Their second target appeared a leopard that occasionally spewed flames from its mouth. Name: Flame Leopard. Attribute: Fire. Potential: No. Race grade: Tier 3 high level. Innate skills: Flame Claw, Intermediate. Fireball, Intermediate. Growth grade: Juvenile Stage 5. Xiaobai, initiate attack. Lin Mo gave the order directly. This flame leopard was at the same growth stage as Xiaobai, making it a great opponent. Whoosh! Receiving the command, Xiaobai didn't hesitate to pounce at the flame leopard. At the same time, the flame leopard charged at Xiaobai without showing any weakness. The two met in midair, both raising their claws to strike simultaneously. Bang! A dull thud echoed. Xiaobai and the flame leopard both shuddered and landed on the ground at the same time. This was where the difference between a tame beast and a wild beast became apparent. Wild beasts live in a competitive and dangerous environment from birth. Their combat instincts, sense of timing, and sheer ferocity all exceed those of tamed beasts. After landing, Xiaobai's first reaction was to adjust its stance to prepare for the next attack. The flame leopard, however, didn't bother adjusting at all and launched a second attack immediately. Its front claws were suddenly covered in burning flames, and with a howling wave of heat, it struck at Xiaobai's head. Flame Claw, Intermediate. Covers claws with flames, adding a burning effect upon attack. Dodge! Lin Mo commanded immediately. Almost at the exact moment he gave the order, Xiaobai leaped quickly to one side. Smack! The flame leopard's claws missed, hitting the ground heavily. The dry leaves on that spot were scorched black instantly. Seeing this, Lin Mo couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. If Xiaobai had been hit, they would likely have ended up in the infirmary right away. Roar! Seemingly irritated by the narrow escape, Xiaobai let out a low growl and pounced at the flame leopard again. The flame leopard didn't dodge, its flaming claws tearing through the air with heat as it swiped fiercely at Xiaobai. But just as the flame leopard's claws were about to hit Xiaobai, Xiaobai twisted its body hard, changing direction midair to land at the leopard's side. Bang! The flame claw struck the ground once more, leaving the dry leaves scorched black. Meanwhile, Xiaobai's claws attacked from the side, landing hard on the flame leopard's head. Swish! The sharp tiger claws raked from the leopard's forehead all the way to its chin. 5 long bloody gashes appeared on the flame leopard's head, and its right eyeball was gouged out, dripping with blood. Roar! The flame leopard let out an agonizing roar, its body trembling violently from the pain. Yet even then it launched another attack. Opening its mouth, a burning fireball began to condense within. Fireball, Intermediate, condenses fire elements from the air to launch as a fireball. At the same time, water elements began to condense rapidly in front of Xiaobai. A water blade formed in the blink of an eye, and in the next second, it shot into the flame leopard's mouth like lightning. At this moment, the fireball in the flame leopard's mouth had only just finished forming. Boom! The water blade and the fireball collided, causing the fireball to explode. The water blade continued deeper, tearing a large wound in the flame leopard's throat. The flame leopard stumbled, vomiting blood, before falling slowly to the ground and expiring. Roar! Xiaobai let out a triumphant roar at the leopard's corpse, as if declaring its victory. At this point, Lin Mo finally felt relieved. Although the fight took a long time to describe, it happened in the blink of an eye, and was extremely dangerous. If Xiaobai's water blade hadn't condensed faster than the leopard's fireball, the outcome would have been uncertain. This made him realize once again the importance of growth quality. Both Xiaobai's water blade and the flame leopard's fireball were at the entry level. The reason Xiaobai was so much faster was entirely thanks to the water spirit stone, and the power of the water blade as well. Without the boost from the water spirit stone, the water blade would have dissipated upon hitting the fireball, rather than continuing to cause damage after shattering it. Coming back to his senses, Lin Mo stepped forward to collect the flame leopard's corpse. A Tier 3 high-level flame leopard is much more valuable than the previous black-bellied snake, likely worth at least 300,000. Then he sent Xiaobai back to the beast space to rest. Having fought 2 consecutive battles, Xiaobai had consumed a significant amount of stamina, so resting before continuing was the safer choice. But just at that moment, from the dense forest behind him, a sudden sound of leaves rustling and branches rubbing together reached his ears. But just at that moment, a rustling sound of leaves and branches suddenly came from the dense forest behind him.
The moment he heard the rustling sound, Lin Mo tensed up, immediately turned around and got ready to summon Xiaobai. But a second later he let out a sigh of relief, because along with the sound a person appeared. It was a young beastmaster, around 17 or 18 years old, wearing black protective gear, carrying a backpack, and accompanied by a pet beast. Hello. The other person saw Lin Mo and took the initiative to greet him. You are also a beastmaster here for field training, right? Lin Mo nodded. You too? The other person smiled, walked up to Lin Mo and reached out. Let me introduce myself, LV Qingyang, a student from No. 9 Middle School. Lin Mo reached out and shook hands. Lin Mo from No. 1 Middle School. LV Qingyang looked Lin Mo up and down. You must be the top seed of No. 1 Middle School, right? Lin Mo smiled without saying a word. Coming here for field training at this time, it was not hard to guess his status as a seed player. Likewise, if nothing unexpected happened, LV Qingyang was likely the top seed of No. 9 Middle School. I heard the roar of a fierce beast and came looking for it. LV Qingyang looked at the signs of battle nearby. Looks like the beast has already been dealt with by you. Can you tell me what grade the beast was? Level 5 fledgling stage, Lin Mo answered truthfully. A flash of shock appeared in LV Qingyang's eyes, and he gave Lin Mo a thumbs up. Impressive. You are not weak either. Lin Mo glanced at the pet beast next to LV Qingyang. It was a calf over 1 meter long and half a meter high, with greyish-brown skin and a rocky texture. Name Rifthoof Cow. Attribute Aptitude unknown. Race rank level 4 low tier. Innate skills Stomp advanced, Thick hide advanced. Growth rank level 4 fledgling stage. Although the growth rank was 1 level lower than Xiaobai's. But don't forget Fu Chengli, the strongest besides him in No. 1 Middle School, only had a level 3 fledgling stage pet beast so far. So, the strength of this LV Qingyang cannot be underestimated. I am far behind you. LV Qingyang shook his head and said, if I were to encounter a level 5 fledgling stage beast, I would probably only be able to run for my life. It's not that exaggerated, Lin Mo said. Your Rifthoof Cow excels in defense, so even if you encounter a beast 1 level higher, it's not like you wouldn't stand a chance. Brother, don't kid me. LV Qingyang looked horrified. Haven't you noticed? The beasts in this base are much stronger than the same level pet beasts outside. My Rifthoof Cow would struggle to win against a same level beast here, let alone a higher level one. So, you are the one who is truly amazing. Lin Mo shook his head, not taking the other's flattery to heart. With his current strength, getting into Qingyuan Academy would still be quite a struggle. Even if he were a bit stronger than LV Qingyang, It could only be considered picking the tallest among the short. By the way, you didn't know, right? LV Qingyang added, besides you and me, the top seeds of No, 4, 6, and No, 8 middle schools have all arrived. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. Did they all arrive today? Yes, I bumped into them when I came in, LV Qingyang said. Lin Mo asked curiously, do you know their situation? How is their strength? These seeds were his potential rivals for the city champion title, so it was necessary to learn about them in advance. I don't know much about the others, but Ren Yuanyuan from No, 8 middle school is very strong, LV Qingyang said. She has a sea-level talent, which caused quite a stir in our area when she awakened it. Sea level. Lin Mo was very surprised. Then why didn't she go to Qian City? This year, No, 1 middle school also produced 2 sea-level talent students who, like Lin Royu, were picked up by people from the province the very next day. People from the province came to pick her up, but she refused for personal reasons, LV Qingyang said. Lin Mo was even more surprised. Qian City is the capital of Qingyuan province, with better conditions in every aspect than Chuaning. So many people want to go but can't. Yet this Ren Yuanyuan actually refused. That was truly abnormal. As they were talking, there was another rustling sound from behind. A tall girl with a ponytail, wearing dark green protective gear, walked slowly out of the forest. Next to the girl was a pale purple flying snake about 1 meter long. The flying snake looked generally like a snake, but with an extra pair of wings. However, the flying snake could only glide for short distances at low altitudes and could not truly fly. Name: purple-winged flying snake. Attribute: poison. Aptitude: unknown. Race rank: level 5 low tier. Innate skills: venomous bite advanced, venom spit advanced. Growth rank: level 4 fledgling stage. Ren Yuanyuan. LV Qingyang recognized the newcomer. Didn't you go to the south? Why did you come here? Ren Yuanyuan glanced at Lin Mo, then turned to LV Qingyang. I heard someone talking bad about me, so I came over. LV Qingyang. Lin Mo smiled. Judging by the dynamic, the two must be quite familiar with each other. Don't frame me. LV Qingyang pointed at Lin Mo with an innocent face. This brother can testify. I was just praising you. Lin Mo nodded. He was indeed praising you, saying you were very strong. Ren Yuanyuan ignored LV Qingyang and reached out to Lin Mo. No. 8 middle school, Ren Yuanyuan. No. 1 middle school, Lin Mo. Lin Mo shook her hand lightly. Which one of you killed the beast here? What level was it? Ren Yuanyuan pointed at the battle marks on the ground. Apparently, she was also attracted by the commotion here. It's Lin Mo, LV Qingyang said. The beast was at level 5 fledgling stage. Ren Yuanyuan looked at Lin Mo in great surprise. Impressive. Just luck, Lin Mo said modestly. Your purple-winged flying snake should be able to kill it easily too. Although the purple-winged flying snake was only at level 4 fledgling stage, it was a poison attribute pet beast. Moreover, its venom spit was an advanced skill with highly potent toxins. Once the flame leopard was bitten, it would surely lose. So, in some respects, Ren Yuanyuan would have an easier time killing the flame leopard than he did. Alright, you two stop praising each other. LV Qingyang complained. The way you two do this really puts us ordinary people under a lot of pressure, okay? Ren Yuanyuan rolled her eyes. You have a D-level defense boost talent. How can you call yourself an ordinary person? LV Qingyang wanted to say something, but after seeing Ren Yuanyuan's look, he immediately shut his mouth in fear. But in his heart, he thought unconvinced. Whether it's ordinary or not depends on who you're comparing yourself to. He did indeed have a D-level talent, but compared to Ren Yuanyuan with her C-level talent and Lin Mo, who could kill level 5 fledgling stage beasts, he was definitely behind by more than just a little bit. By the way, Lin Mo, you should also have a grade D talent, right? Lu Qingyang dared not argue with Ren Yuanyuan, so he looked at Lin Mo instead. He told Lin Mo about Ren Yuanyuan's talent grade. Ren Yuanyuan told Lin Mo his talent grade. but they still didn't know Lin Mo's talent grade. Lin Mo shook his head. I'm grade F. It wasn't that he intended to lie, but he could only claim to be grade F to the outside world. Ha ha, Lu Qingyang gave a dry laugh. That joke of yours isn't funny at all. Ren Yuanyuan also chimed in. I don't think it's funny either. How could the top seed of Chuaning know? One high school have a grade F talent? Lin Mo had a serious expression. I'm not joking, I really am grade F. Are you really not joking? Lu Qingyang couldn't help but ask again. Although Lin Mo's expression had already provided the answer, he still found it hard to believe. After hearing the question, Ren Yuanyuan immediately looked at Lin Mo. She also wanted a definitive answer. I am really not joking, Lin Mo assured them again. Lu Qingyang, Ren Yuanyuan. The two of them were completely stunned. The prestigious top seed of Chuaning No. One high school was actually a grade F talent. Has the world gone this crazy now? Lin Mo, I really don't mean to offend you, but is there no student with a higher talent in your Chuaning No. One high school? Asked Lu Qingyang. In his view, if there were even one grade E talent student at Chuaning No. One high school, it would be impossible for Lin Mo, a grade F talent, to be the seed. Ren Yuanyuan, however, looked at Lu Qingyang like he was an idiot after hearing that question. Lu Qingyang might not have grasped it yet, but she had already realized what it meant. How could there not be high talent students at Chuaning No. One high school? But Lin Mo, a beastmaster with grade F talent, had surpassed all those with high-level talents to become the top seed. This meant that Lin Mo was stronger than them. A grade F talent becoming the top seed is even more impressive than a grade D talent doing it, Ren Yuanyuan said, looking at Lin Mo. You are truly amazing. Indeed amazing. Lu Qingyang had also realized it by now, and the way he looked at Lin Mo carried a hint of admiration. Lin Mo could only shake his head with a bitter smile. If he could, he would really want to announce to the world that he had a god-level talent. Then he wouldn't have to suffer through training here. At that point, let alone Qingyuan University, even the top 3 universities in China would probably fight tooth and nail to recruit him. But he could only dream about those things. Until he could prove he was a god-level talent, he had to claim he was grade F. Right. He looked at them. The smell of blood here might attract other fierce beasts. For safety, let's leave this place first. Then let's part ways here. I need to go train anyway. Ren Yuanyuan was very decisive. After finishing her sentence, she waved at them and left with her purple-winged flying snake. I'm leaving too. I haven't encountered a single beast since I came in, said Lu Qingyang, as he headed in a different direction than Ren Yuanyuan. Coming here was meant for practical training, so they usually didn't travel together. After the two had walked far away. With a thought, Lin Mo summoned Xuanwu from the beast's base. Then he put the tracker inside Xuanwu's shell, had Xuanwu hide in a bush, and entered the internal space himself. The internal space, having been arranged by Lin Mo, had been divided into 2 areas, a resting area and a living area. The resting area was simple, with just a single bed and bedding. The living area was more complex, with pots, tables and chairs serving both as a kitchen and a dining room. After eating a quick meal to replenish his energy, Lin Mo sat cross-legged on the bed and began to meditate with a water spirit stone. The entrance exams for top universities were getting closer, and time was tight for him now, so he couldn't waste the time while Xiaobai was resting. This was when the benefits of the internal space became apparent. For other beastmasters, the more their beasts were resting, the less they dared to let their guard down. Because when a beast was unable to fight, the beastmaster was at their most vulnerable. At such times, the beastmaster had to stay on high alert to prevent any danger from getting close. Especially in an environment like the wilderness. Beasts and beastmasters could not rest at the same time. They had to take turns keeping watch. The direct consequence of this was low efficiency in time management, meaning there wasn't much time left for actual training every day. Lin Mo, however, had no such concerns. When Xiaobai was resting, he could rest too. And it was the kind of rest where his mind was completely relaxed. You have to realize that in this kind of wilderness, even with beasts on watch at night, beastmasters couldn't sleep soundly. Not to mention the various dangers that might occur. Just the sounds made by snakes, insects, birds, and other animals in the woods could be enough to drive a person crazy. This was the reason why students couldn't stay here for long. Physical fatigue was manageable, but the mental exhaustion caused by chronic lack of rest could truly lead to a breakdown. Therefore, Xuanwu's internal space was truly a god-tier skill for the wilderness. He meditated for 2 hours. Xiaobai had recovered. Lin Mo put away Xuanwu and set off again with Xiaobai. It was afternoon by now, and the light in the mountains was getting dimmer. Moreover, it seemed to be the active period for beasts, and various noises in the woods were constant, keeping Lin Mo's nerves on edge so he couldn't afford to relax for a moment. Before long, their third opponent appeared. Name: thick-skinned wild boar. Attribute: earth. Quality: unknown. Race rank: tier 2 advanced. Innate skill: rapid charge intermediate. Growth rank: juvenile stage 4. Roar. Seeing the enemy, Xiaobai didn't wait for Lin Mo's command and let out a low growl before charging forward. Lin Mo just smiled slightly. He noticed that after the 2 previous battles, Xiaobai's wild instincts seemed to have been sparked, and its fighting enthusiasm was much higher than before. The thick-skinned wild boar was an earth-attributed beast, with better defense than ordinary beasts of the same level. However, facing Xiaobai's entry-level water blades, its defense was still weak. After dodging one charge, Xiaobai knocked it to the ground with 2 consecutive water blades. When the thick-skinned wild boar had completely stopped breathing, Lin went up and collected the carcass into his beast space. Although the materials from the thick-skinned wild boar aren't worth much, they should fetch about 30,000 to 50,000. Lin Mo whispered to himself. He realized that compared to improving Xiaobai's practical experience, calculating the profit from each beast kill seemed to motivate him even more. This made him suddenly full of anticipation for the coming month. I wonder how much money I'll be able to make by the time I leave here. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. Thanks to the existence of the inner space, Lin Mo had been living quite comfortably, still looking as refreshed and energetic as the day he first entered the mountains. Over the 7 days, he and Xiaobai had killed a total of 32 fierce beasts. Among them were 8 stage 4 juvenile beasts, 20 stage 5 juvenile beasts, and 4 stage 6 juvenile beasts. As for higher level beasts, they existed in the base area, but Lin Mo didn't dare to challenge them easily. For pet beasts in the juvenile stage, the level suppression effect is still very strong. Xiaobai could win against a stage 6 juvenile beast, mainly by using stealth to get close, then catching them off guard with a sneak attack using water blades from behind. Simply put, he was playing the assassin style. But even so, he only dared to target the weaker stage 6 juvenile beasts. Therefore, he hadn't even considered beasts at stage 7 juvenile or higher. However, even so, his haul over the past 7 days was quite impressive. Based on his estimates, the carcasses of the 32 fierce beasts should be able to fetch around 3 million. Even with slight fluctuations up or down, it wouldn't be less than 2.6 million. At this rate, by the time he left the base, he would not only have enough money to pay back the little rich girl, but also have a significant surplus. This way, at least for some time in the future, he wouldn't have to worry about food for Xuanwu and Xiaobai. Roar. Just then, Xiaobai suddenly let out a low growl. Lin Mo immediately understood what Xiaobai meant. There were sounds of battle in the woods ahead, along with human shouting. Let's go take a look. Lin Mo gestured for Xiaobai to lead the way. Since meeting Lu Qingyang and Ren Yuanyuan on the first day he entered the mountains, he hadn't encountered anyone else in these 7 days. Now that he had come across others, he naturally had to go up and see. Xiaobai was very fast. About 2 minutes later, Lin Mo also heard the commotion from ahead. In addition to the roars of fierce beasts and pets, there was also a slightly panicked male voice. Listening to the content, the man seemed to be commanding his pet in battle, though the situation looked quite grim. They moved forward for about another minute. Lin Mo finally saw the situation clearly. The two sides fighting in the woods were a stage 4 juvenile lava turtle and a stage 5 juvenile white-maned ape. At this moment, the lava turtle was clearly at a disadvantage. It was only its strong defense that allowed it to barely hold on against the white-maned ape's attacks. If it were any other pet of the same level, it would have been defeated long ago. Not far behind the lava turtle, a slightly chubby young beast tamer, around 17 or 18 years old and wearing a black protective suit, was shouting commands while covered in sweat. However, the gap in strength between the lava turtle and the white-maned ape was too vast, and his commands couldn't turn the tide of the battle. "Hey buddy, need some help?" Lin Mo looked toward the beast tamer. Unsurprisingly, this guy was likely a top seed from some school. The chubby beast tamer finally noticed Lin Mo and, as if seeing a savior, hurriedly said, "Yes, please help me." "Then it is agreed, the corpse of this white-maned ape belongs to me." Lin Mo made the ugly terms clear up front. Teachers had often spoken in class about cases where beast tamers helped each other only to fall out over the division of spoils. Therefore, discussing conditions before helping was considered an unspoken rule in the beast-taming world. "I agree," the chubby beast tamer quickly accepted. Lin Mo then looked at Xiaobai beside him. "Go ahead, use your own judgment." After being tempered by dozens of battles, now a stage 5 juvenile beast posed no pressure on Xiaobai at all. Besides, this white-maned ape's strength wasn't particularly high. Name: white-maned ape. Attribute: wood. Aptitude: unknown. Race level: tier 3 intermediate. Talent skills: hammering intermediate. Raw intermediate. Growth level: stage 5 juvenile. Swish. Hearing Lin Mo's command, Xiaobai moved, pouncing toward the white-maned ape without hesitation and swiping a claw at it. The fierce attack made the white-maned ape realize that Xiaobai was a much greater threat than the lava turtle. So it immediately abandoned the injured lava turtle, turned around, and swung its thick upper limbs to meet Xiaobai's tiger claws. However, just as the white-maned ape's palm and Xiaobai's claw were about to collide, Xiaobai suddenly retracted its claw. At the same time, a water blade began to condense in front of Xiaobai. The white-maned ape never expected Xiaobai's attack to be a feint. After missing, the momentum from its forceful swing caused its body to uncontrollably stagger forward. And in that very instant, a water blade flew out, striking its chest. Shh. A clear slicing sound rang out. A blood gash over half a foot long was cut into the white-maned ape's chest, and blood immediately flowed out. Ooh. The white-maned ape let out a pained roar. But the next second, that roar turned into visible ripples, expanding toward where Xiaobai was. Roar, intermediate. A sound-based skill that releases a massive roar, causing temporary mental shock to the enemy. Meanwhile, the second water blade in front of Xiaobai had also formed and shot toward the white-maned ape once again. Esha. In its agony, the white-maned ape had no time to dodge. The water blade struck its neck with absolute precision, slicing through half of it. Massive amounts of blood gushed from the severed neck. The white-maned ape was bathed in blood. Its body instantly dyed red, and then, after struggling weakly a few times, it slowly collapsed to the ground. And Xiaobai was engulfed by the sonic ripple at that moment. Then one could clearly see a flash of stagnation on Xiaobai's expression. This was because the intermediate roar had caused a mental shock to it. However, since the white-maned ape was already dead, the stagnation lasted less than a second. But this scene caused a glimmer of warning in Lin Mo's heart. If the white-maned ape hadn't died, and it had continued to attack while Xiaobai was dazed, it could have caused serious harm to Xiaobai. Even a lion uses its full strength when hunting a rabbit. He had been a bit careless just now, because he could have had Xiaobai start with stealth. In that case, this white-maned ape probably wouldn't even have had the chance to use its roar. Such a mistake must never be made again in the future. After warning himself inwardly, Lin Mo stepped forward and collected the white-maned ape's carcass into his beast space. The chubby beast tamer finally came to his senses and looked at Lin Mo in total shock. That is it? This white-maned ape had just been beating him to a pulp. How did it become so weak when it came to Lin Mo? Hearing Gong Shu's words, Lin Mo asked back with a hint of amusement, "What else? Do you want me to get beaten up by it for a while too?" No, I definitely didn't mean that," the chubby beastmaster quickly said. "I just didn't expect your strength to be so impressive." He looked at Lin Mo with admiration. "My name is Gong Shu, from the 4th high school. Thank you for saving my life." Lin Mo shook his head. It was just a small favor, no need to make it sound so serious. Even if he hadn't come, Gong Shu could have used his distress signal device. Although that would have reset his stay time to 0, his safety would still have been guaranteed. "It might be a small favor for you, but to me, it's a life-saving grace," Gong Shu said. "Otherwise, I might have had to replace my pet beast." If Lin Mo hadn't appeared in time, even if he could have waited for the rescue team, his lava turtle wouldn't have survived. Once a beastmaster's pet is killed, it causes severe mental trauma to the beastmaster himself, leaving him unable to contract another pet for a very long time. In that case, his status as the top seed of the 4th high school would basically be ruined. Even worse, his entire life and destiny could have been rewritten because of it. So, calling it a life-saving grace was really no exaggeration at all. "Let's drop the polite talk." Lin Mo looked at Gong Shu. "I am actually curious. How did you provoke a stage 5 juvenile beast? These beasts in the base aren't naturally aggressive, and if you encounter one stronger than you can completely avoid them in advance." Gong Shu blushed slightly and said, "It was my own misjudgment. I thought it was a stage 4 juvenile white-maned ape." Lin Mo. He really hadn't expected that to be the reason. Although it does take some experience to accurately judge a beast's growth stage. But it's quite difficult to misjudge even a common beast like a white-maned ape. Ahem. Gong Shu coughed awkwardly and immediately changed the subject. "By the way, I still don't know your name." "Lin Mo, from the 1st high school," Lin Mo replied. "Lin Mo, I'll remember that." Gong Shu nodded solemnly and asked again, "Did you just arrive at the base today?" "No, today is my 8th day." 8 days. Gong Shu's eyes widened and instantly. "How is it possible that you've been here for 8 days looking like this?" At this moment, Lin Mo was neatly dressed, with a rosy complexion and bright eyes, looking refreshed and energetic, not at all like someone who'd stayed for 8 days. Because if someone had truly stayed for 8 days, they should be covered in sweat, have slightly rough skin and bloodshot eyes. After all, that was exactly what he looked like. I can testify, he really arrived 8 days ago. As he spoke, Lu Qingyang slowly walked over with his split-hoofed bull. However, when he saw Lin Mo's appearance, he became a bit uncertain. "You look like..." He looked Lin Mo up and down. "Have you been to the supply station?" "Wait, no, you can't take showers at the supply station. So you left midway and then came back, right?" This was the only explanation he could think of. Because Lin Mo's appearance clearly showed that he had bathed in the last few days. And in the harsh conditions of these mountains, it was definitely impossible to find a shower. Yes, Lin Mo didn't want to get tangled up in this issue, so he simply admitted it. He didn't want to expose the existence of his internal space yet. The idea that holding a treasure is a crime is a principle that applies in any world. If people found out the black tortoise had awakened an internal space, it was hard to guarantee no one would have evil intentions. Killing someone to steal their pet is not an uncommon occurrence in this world, especially since he was currently a nobody with no power, no influence and no background. Even if someone killed him, they would just kill him. By that time, aside from his parents and son Lei, there probably wouldn't even be anyone to seek justice for him. No, wait, the little rich girl would probably seek justice for him too. But by then, he would already be dead, so it wouldn't matter anymore. Therefore, he had to be extremely careful regarding this matter. You were really smart. Lu Qingyang looked at Lin Mo. If I had known life in the wild was this tough, I wouldn't have even thought about breaking any stay records even if I were killed for it. It's been so hard to make it this far, but to give up now is such a pity, but to continue is unbearable. It's a real dilemma. Tell me about it. Gong Shu felt the same way. This wildlife is simply not a way for humans to live. In these 8 days, I haven't had a sound sleep or a single hot meal. If this continues, I feel like I'll go crazy even if I don't die. Brother, you get me. Lu Qingyang felt he had found a kindred spirit and grabbed Gong Shu's hand. Everything you said is exactly what's on my mind. Lin Mo watched the two of them sympathizing with each other and wishing to cry on each other's shoulders, and wisely remained silent. Having the internal space, he truly couldn't empathize with these two. However, I'm relieved now. Gong Shu's expression was a mix of happiness and disappointment. My pet is seriously injured and needs to go to the medical station, so that stay record is definitely off the table. That's not so bad. At least you don't have to be as conflicted and tormented as I am, Lu Qingyang said. That's true, Gong Shu smiled. I'll head out then. I can't afford to delay treating my pet's wounds for too long. Lu Qingyang nodded. Go ahead, treating the wound is most important. Gong Shu turned to Lin Mo again. Thanks again. I'll remember this favor, and if there's an opportunity, I will definitely repay you well. No need to be so polite. You've already given me a thank you gift, Lin Mo said. He was referring to the corpse of the white-maned ape. According to his estimation, the value of that corpse should be around 200,000. Gong Shu smiled, said nothing more, and turned to leave. Then I'm off to continue my suffering. Lu Qingyang waved goodbye to Lin Mo and, looking like someone heading to their execution, walked into the deep forest. Lin Mo shook his head with amusement and took Xiao Bai deeper into the Shaolin Mountains. For Xiao Bai now, Stage 5 juvenile beasts are no longer effective at improving its combat skills. So for the next few days, he plans to have Xiao Bai challenge more Stage 6 juvenile beasts. That's bold, and it's risky. It might even lead to him having to go to the medical station. But for him right now, improving Xiao Bai's combat power is more important than breaking that stay record. So this is a risk he must take. Just as Lin Mo was heading deep into the Shaolin Mountains, at the main entrance of the Shaolin Mountain training base, inside a small wooden cabin, Xu Qiming and a few middle-aged men and women were sitting in chairs, their eyes fixed on the large screen on the wall. The screen displayed an electronic map of the Shaolin Mountain training base. At this moment, red dots with numbered labels were blinking rhythmically at different locations on the map. Today is the 8th day. The middle-aged man in the center, wearing black-rimmed glasses, looked at the others and said, based on our experience from previous years, someone should be coming out soon. Since we're just sitting here watching, why don't we make a bet? What do you want to bet on? Asked a middle-aged woman with shoulder-length hair sitting nearby. The man in black-rimmed glasses said, let's bet on which school's seed candidate comes out last. What's the point of betting on that? Said another stout, bald man. Everyone will obviously bet on their own school's seed to win. Then let's bet on it. The middle-aged man with glasses laughed. But since it's a bet, shouldn't there be a prize? Well played, Liu Yunhai, you're quite the schemer. Xu Qiming laughed. Ren Yuan from your no. For middle school has a C-level talent. That's quite an advantage. Why are you afraid? Liu Yunhai retorted. Afraid my foot? Xu Qiming slapped the table. Fine, what's the prize? How about 100,000 yuan each? Liu Yunhai looked at the others. Whoever's school's seed comes out last gets all our stakes. All right, I have no objections. Xu Qiming was the first to agree. Although they were teachers, they were also professional beast tamers. 100,000 yuan wasn't too much for them. Besides, even though no 8 middle school had the C-level Ren Yuan, he inexplicably had great confidence in Lin Mo. I'm in too, the stout bald man agreed. Teacher Xu, I suggest you don't join in, because you're no 4 middle school is bound to lose, said the female teacher with shoulder-length hair. Xu Pingshan looked at her and said, Teacher Yu, aren't you looking down on our no 4 middle school a bit too much? Yu Hongyan shook her head with a smile. It's not that I look down on no 4 middle school, it's just, see for yourself. She pointed to the large screen on the wall. At that moment, the red dot numbered 4 on the screen was moving rapidly toward the base entrance. Xu Pingshan frowned. This kid, why is he coming out so early? Liu Yunhai said, the 8th day shouldn't be the limit for these seeds yet. If he's coming out now, he probably ran into trouble. You'd better go and take a look. Xu Pingshan nodded and stood up to leave. Liu Yunhai looked at the others again. Now no 4 middle school is out. What about you guys? Oh no, 9 middle school is in, added Yu Hongyan. Teacher Chen, what about no 6 middle school? Liu Yunhai looked at the middle-aged man in a suit who hadn't spoken yet. Chen Xixian turned his gaze from the screen and said, since you all are so interested, no 6 middle school naturally won't lag behind. I'm in. Good. Liu Yunhai laughed. So it's settled, 100,000 each, and the winner takes all. Huh? At this moment, Yu Hongyan gave a light exclamation. Teacher Xu, did your no 1 middle school seed get lost? Why is he heading deep into the Shaolin Mountains? Hearing this, the other teachers also looked at the no 1 dot representing Lin Mo. Sure enough, they saw that the dot was moving toward the deeper parts of the base. At his current pace, he'll be completely inside the active range of 6th level ferocious beasts very soon. Liu Yunhai looked at Xu Qiming. Teacher Xu, don't you want to give him a warning? This isn't child's play. Xu Qiming thought for a moment and shook his head. Let's wait and see. On one hand, if he gave a warning now, Lin Mo's previous time spent would be invalidated. On the other hand, based on what he knew of Lin Mo, he didn't think Lin Mo would make such a low-level mistake as getting lost. So he guessed that Lin Mo's current move was likely intentional. This also sparked a sense of expectation in his heart. Can Lin Mo really handle 6th level juvenile ferocious beasts now? Teacher Xu, you better think carefully. Chen Xixian warned. These are 6th level juvenile beasts. If an accident happens, rescue teams might not get there in time. That's right, Teacher Xu, Yu Hongyan added. A 4th level juvenile pet challenging a 6th level juvenile beast is way too risky. Even if we are making a bet, it's just for fun. You can't ignore a student's safety for that. Hearing this, Xu Qiming couldn't help but smile bitterly. How could he disregard Lin Mo's safety for 100,000 yuan? But before he could explain, all right, stop worrying about things that aren't your business. The no 1 middle school seed is very strong. As he spoke, Xu Pingshan walked in, looking directly at Yu Hongyan. And who told you his pet was only 4th level juvenile? Not 4th level juvenile? Yu Hongyan was stunned at first, then shocked. Could it be 5th level juvenile? She didn't know the strength of Lin Mo's pet. But she knew Lu Qingyang's pet was 4th level juvenile, and learned from him that the C-level talented Ren Yuan's pet was also 4th level juvenile. So she subconsciously assumed that Lin Mo should also be 4th level juvenile. Meanwhile, the other teachers' faces also showed traces of shock. Because their thoughts were similar to Yu Hongyan's, they all assumed that all the seed's pets were 4th level juvenile. It's not just 5th level juvenile. Xu Pingshan's expression was complex. His pet can already easily kill 5th-level juvenile ferocious beasts. Hiss. With this statement, the already shocked teachers collectively gasped. They were all tutors in charge of elite classes and understood the significance of this achievement better than others. If Xu Pingshan wasn't exaggerating, then Lin Mo's strength was already in a league of its own, even among the seeds. Even Ren Yuanyuan with her C-level talent was likely a level behind Lin Mo. Teacher Xu, are you joking? Liu Yunhai found it hard to believe. Do you think I'd joke about this? Xu Pingshan said. This is what our know. 4 middle schools, Seed told me personally. He encountered a 5th-level juvenile beast and almost got taken out. It was Lin Mo from No, 1 middle school who saved him, and he specifically emphasized that Lin Mo's pet killed that beast in just 2 moves. The teachers present fell completely silent. A 5th-level juvenile pet killing a 5th-level juvenile beast in 2 moves. They finally understood why Lin Mo was heading deep into the mountains. Getting lost my foot. He just felt that 5th-level beasts weren't enough of a challenge and was planning to hunt more advanced ones. After a long while, Liu Yunhai regained his senses and looked at Xu Qiming. Teacher Xu, you're No, 1 middle school is full of surprises. Under normal circumstances, students with talents above D level would be taken away by the province. That's why the seeds from their schools every year were all D-level talents. This year, due to special circumstances, they had the C-level Ren Yuanyuan, and he had always felt that the top spot was already in the bag. But now it seems like things are uncertain.